Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and it is wonderful to be here with you this morning. Thanks for joining us. Now, we're going to start, as always, with our early bird, which I feel should be a robin or a cardinal. I'm surrounded by Christmas. Ah. Now then, our early bird, such a useful stash builder. I think everybody's going to go for this. We've got 3.5 meters of, well, Christmas colours, but I mean anytime colours. We've got a gorgeous 0.5 metre of white. We have got 0.5 metre of this gorgeous spruce green, proper green, and a 0.5 metre of proper true red. So perfect little combination there, 1.5 meters of Rose and Hubble quality fabric. Normal price £10.47, which already feels like a bargain, to be frank, but we're going to drop that price to £8.47, so you're saving £2 Really, really great little stash builder, this. And if you're starting to think now about Christmas projects, and I know lots of us are already on with our Christmas projects, these are perfect. If you bought Delphine's clock kit yesterday and you want something for backing, if you're in the mood for making a little wall hanging, Christmas stockings, placemats, anything at all really. Also, of course, use it for the front of your quilts, your projects. Brilliant. You could multi-buy this, of course. It will come in separate little bundles of 3.5 meters together. You've got your red, true red. You've got your spruce green. I'm making these names up as I go along, by the way. If there are proper names, you will shout. Well, yeah. And white. Proper white. You know, you can't have these basic colour, or you can't not be without these sort of good basic colours, can you? If you need a little bit of green, a little bit of red, they are there. Okay, great. So white, fur as in FIR, and scarlet. Perfect, good. Perfect sort of holly leaves, holly berries, appliqued onto that lovely white background. A message to start the day from Rebecca Jane, who's in Lincolnshire. Good morning, Stuart. Looking good as always. Looking forward to watch the show as you make me smile. Oh, thank you very much for that, for both of those lovely compliments. I thought I'd put a tie on today and, my last day on air, and also, of course, preparing for tomorrow when we join the nation to say goodbye to our Queen. But thank you for that lovely message. And let's spend the morning together. Let's have a look and see what's coming up, actually. Let's have a look at the menu, shall we? All right, so first off, 8 o'clock, it's Christmas fabrics and gifts. We're getting all Christmassy for the first hour. And then at 9 o'clock, Emma Bradford's here with the most stunning, charming Carpenter Star quilt. This is an absolute beauty. Check this out. One big block, 72 inches square, the Carpenter Star, and we have got 3 beautiful kits, including this one, which I think I don't need to say it is right up my street. That would go beautifully in my house. What a stunner. So that's at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we've got Kerrie, Living in Loveliness Christmas. And, you know, Kerrie's whole year is loveliness. But at Christmas, she really pulls out the stops. She's brought us a plethora of gorgeous crafts, projects, beautiful things, great demos, so stick around. Now at 10 o'clock, that is 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Emma Bradford is back with a Fassett quilt. This one's called Lavender Scent and is a beautiful collection of lavenders, lilacs, purples, a little bit of pink in there as well, and blues. Absolutely lovely. And she'll be doing a demo at 11 o'clock for that. And then at 12 o'clock, Kerrie is back from Living in Loveliness, and she has got some more demos and tips and tricks to share with us. So a really full morning of demos. Now, we won't have a menu for tomorrow because, like the rest of you, we want to join the nation in saying goodbye to our Queen tomorrow. So we will be off air tomorrow, and then we will rejoin you on Tuesday. So at the end of this morning, I'm going to do Tuesday's menu. So I just wanted to let you all know that now. Some lovely messages coming in. Good morning, Stuart, and all from Claire. Good morning to you, Claire. Hillary's messaged in. Hillary had a good day yesterday at the Harrogate Quilt Show. Lovely stash, saw it. Morning, Stuart, looking very dapper this morning. Thank you very much. Marie's got in touch. Good morning, lovely boy. A bit nippy this morning. I agree. I thought I was going to have to de-ice the car. I'm not ready for that. You're looking very smart today. Thank you. Good morning, Stuart. You look good today, Carol. Thank you. Bex has got in touch too. Good morning, Stuart and everyone. They said good morning in there. Looking forward to another fact-filled fab show. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Thanks for joining us. Don't forget, we've got a fabulous early bird this morning. We're having a bit of a Christmassy hour first thing. Why not? So I'm surrounded by lovely Christmas projects from our wonderful designers. Our early bird today is 3.5 meters of Rose and Hubble cotton solids, 100% cotton, 42 inches wide. We've got white, we've got fir, as in fir tree, and we've got scarlet red. Perfect combo. Looks great together. Perfect for using in your projects. As I say, you could do a plique, holly leaves and berries on a white background. You could use this, maybe the red and the white together, to create a little outfit for a doll. Father Christmas, Mother Christmas, something like that. An elf. We've got an elf costume there, surely. We've also got, of course, fabrics for borders, bindings, backings, adding into your Christmas stash to create some gorgeous projects. And remember, it is never too early to start, but we definitely are in the season of thinking about and starting to make our little Christmas projects and gifts, aren't we? Lots and lots coming up this morning. All right, keep going through for that. Remember, you only pay 1 P&P all day. So if you buy our early bird, that's you set for the rest of the day. So when Kerrie and Emma are here with their wonderful projects, ordering is not going to cost you any more postage. All right, I'm going to start grabbing some things then, because we've got a morning of, or an hour of, Christmas fabrics and gifts. So can we do mugs? Can we do mugs? Let's do mugs. I love these mugs. I love these mugs. I'm going to bring these over. I've bought these the last couple of years. I bought actually the wool mugs before I joined the team here at Sewing Street. I had them the year before, and got so many comments. In fact, I took them when I was filming Handmade Christmas with Kirsty Alsop. I took my mugs along, and I took one for me, one for her. And we had a little cuppa together. I'm going to grab one out. Let's start with the pink, shall we? Let's start with pink. So perfect for you, if you're a yarn lover, perfect as a gift as well. They're brilliant, aren't they? You've got your ball of wool. I love that. So it's slightly pearlescent looking as well, isn't it? And then you've got your knitting needle. Just kind of jabbed through the handle. That doesn't come out, by the way. Cool, that, isn't it? Really cool. It's a big mug as well, which is always a good thing. Hot chocolate, nice cup of tea, keep you going while you're sewing. Really giftable as well. $9.99, so it hits that perfect Secret Santa, don't spend more than £10 on the gift. You never know, Producer Ben, this could be coming your way. I would drop a tea bag in there, and I would that would be your extra penny for your gift. Now we've also got that in a silver grey, which is lovely. I do like a Secret Santa, but it's often quite difficult to know what to get, isn't it? And of course, if you wanted to extend the gift as well, you could always pop maybe a ball of yarn and a crochet hook or something like that. This is the silver grey. Again, lovely glaze, nice texture to this as well. It's all moulded. And then you've got your knitting needle in there. That colour reminds me, a few years ago I was writing a magazine article, and the colour of the season was this gorgeous dark sort of grey for knitting, for crochet. It was everywhere, and I wanted to feature a particular yarn from Rowan, which was this perfect colour, and all I could find was a code number for it, and I thought, I don't really want to put that in the article. So I rang Rowan and I said, does this yarn have a colour name as well as a number? And they said, oh yes it does. I said, perfect, it's for an article. What's the colour name? And they said, Glum. But it looks rather well, doesn't it, with what I'm wearing today? Like it. Good. Excellent. So nice couple of little knitting gifts there, but of course sewers as well. We got you covered. Oh, oh, hang on, wait a minute. One more knitting. Yeah, actually I've got this one as well at home. That's lush, isn't it? Multicoloured. A big old Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? Oh, I really like it. Ah, Fiona's got in touch. Morning, Stuart Hillard. It's very formal. You're looking very smart. Loving your show. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I don't dress up very often. Not often enough. You know, you get to that stage, though, where you sort of don't go to those formal things where you dress up in the evening. And it's what's lovely about the Christmas period, isn't it? They tend to have a few more of those things where you can dress up. And it's quite nice sometimes just to feel really smart as well, isn't it? Awesome, lovely. Right, last one then for sewers or crafts people. These are the scissors, which look great. There we go. I'm going to be honest, it's not the most comfortable position my hand's ever been in for a cuppa. I think I might be more inclined, as I usually do, to cup the cup. Yeah, like this, but it's gorgeous, isn't it? To be perfectly honest with you, I wouldn't use this for tea and coffee. I'd have this on my desk and I would have pens and scissors and bits and bobs in there, friction pens, all that kind of stuff, seam markers. Anna's got in touch. Morning, Anna. Good morning, looking very swish. Lovely man. I like that, swish. Good, good, good. That's the word of the day, I think, from now on, swish. And Kerrie comes on. I shall ask her what she's got that's swish. Come on. Gorgeous. And again, can we just have the details for that up again? Sorry. I beg your pardon. No, that's me. I was a little... It's £9.99. That's what I wanted to say. £9.99 for that. So all within that sort of general Secret Santa sort of ballpark figure. Lovely. Right, now then, may I do a bit of fabric? I want to do the Alice Caroline because this is absolutely beautiful. Do you know what? I'm just going to move over here a second because this is absolutely beautiful. It's very, very special. It's the Robin Cushion kitten instructions because I just think that is gorgeous. And it is beautiful, isn't it? All picked out in Liberty fabrics. This beautiful bit of piecing around the outside, a gorgeous fused applique, little bit of hand stitch detail in the running stitch stems on those hawthorn berries. I think they're hawthorn, aren't they? And that little robin. Love that green as well for the binding. It's a very special kit, this, isn't it? I think it would be wonderful fun to make and then really beautiful to display in your home. And actually not just at Christmas. The robin is such a beloved bird. There's, yes, in your Christmas decor, that's going to look Christmassy. Any other time of the year, it's just going to look beautiful, isn't it? But it will tie in with your Christmas look as well, I think. But really stunning. Now in there you get all of your fabrics, and I think if I'm right, and I don't really want to open it, but these are Tanner Lawns in here, which is beautiful. If you've never worked with them, exactly like working with quilt weight cotton. And actually, if you've ever worked with Fassett fabrics, they're that sort of slightly lighter weight cotton, but it's no different to cut and sew. It's not stretchy or anything like that. It's perfectly stable, really beautiful. And I think the design has been done very cleverly too, using the Liberty fabrics to create, because they don't really do brown as such, but look how they've created the wing on the robin with this paisley and the tail, the little claws, the branch. Beautifully put together. Minute I saw that, I just thought that is stunning. Fab. 3rd of the 9th. 3rd of September. If you go on to 3rd of September, you can see a demo of that being made. Great. Oh, look, there he is. Oh, do you know, I'm really missing John. When's he back? Very soon. I'm missing him. It's felt like a really long time that he's been away. Yeah. Oh, we'll get him back soon enough. He's just chatting. It's mostly chatting. Now then, I want to say a bright good morning to Lynn this morning. Lovely Lynn, because Lynn's morning, Stuart and everyone, looking very smart, thank you. I'm watching you from a hospital bed. Lynn, that won't do. Thank you for watching us, but I'm sending out a big old hug to you. And I hope you're comfortable. I'm sure you're being looked after. But get well soon, I hope. Get well soon. Know all our thoughts are with you. Message across the bottom. Morning, Stuart, looking super smart this morning. I think it's called Swish. Your monochrome look is making the quilt pop behind you. Yes, I should do that more often. Have a great day, Joe in Shropshire. Thank you so much. Ben, our producer, just said I look gorgeous. I'm going to take that. Ben is very, very fashionable. Sorry, I'm banging into my mic. My wire's showing, sorry. My wire. I'm rigged up to a battery. All right, there we go. Awesome. Right, okay, what's next? Let me grab some fat quarters, yeah. So I'm going to grab these fat quarter bundles. And actually, I'm going to move over here again. Sorry. I'll calm down in a minute. Okay, so Christmas crafting. I think it's really good using fat quarters because often a lot of the makes that we do at Christmas are small and these are really affordable too. So if you're making things to sell, making things for the tree, you're making things that are going to be out for just a few weeks, this is a very affordable way of doing it. And actually I've also got some tartans. So this is a lovely little bundle, isn't it? But they're all available as individual packs. Let's start with the tartans actually. I'll open each one and just show you what you get inside. So these are the tartans. Do you need the code, Ben? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. These are really special. Didn't see these before. This is woven tartan with gold lame weave in there and gold overprinting of the snowflakes. Is that all it is? $12.99. Fantastic. Gold and silver stars printed on red. You've got another tartan there with green and red lurex thread. That's a bit special. You've got your green background with silver and gold stars. And then you've got another tartan with stars and gold lame. That's my favourite thing so far today. Those are gorgeous. Now imagine making things like maybe mix and match placemats. What about making your Christmas stockings out of these? What about making some Christmas tree decorations using all of those? You'd get loads out of that for $12.99. Really affordable. That's 1.25 meters of fabric there and also tied up with a lovely ribbon, which you must use, I insist. All right, that's the tartan. Now next up, let's go with the green and red mix. This is VA25. Really nicely put together, but they'd also work beautifully all together. So there's 5 bundles, that's 25 fat quarters or 6.25 meters. That would make the most amazing quick quilt. Yeah, are you with me? That would work. That would work with some solid. Yeah. So you've got your green with gold holly leaves and berries overprinted. That's a beautiful deep red, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. This is glorious. This is now my favourite. That's really rich, really regal. Oh, that's stunning. That's kind of proper, like deep wine red and rich green overprinted in gold. Yep. That one, that's the one. Gorgeous. Now, let's go a little neutral because it's nice to have that freshness, lightness, and actually that might be your thing at Christmas. You go more with that kind of creams and whites and lighter colours. So this one is ZO? Yeah, 86, that's the one. Yep. So again, you've got, now these are all on kind of like a natural seeded background. So if you like a little more of that kind of, I suppose I call it calico Christmas, do you know what I mean? That kind of homespun. This is perfect. Pretty though as well, little Christmas trees with a bit of gold glitter over printing. Merry Christmas script. More trees. And a little sort of ditzy, little red and green Christmas trees all over. Ever so cute that. Ever so cute. Would blend really well with the others. It would also work really nicely on its own. Just a little bit more subtle, that one. Now, let's go full on red. This one's got a Scandi look to me. This is BQ17. I think it's that combination of red with a creamy and again a little bit homespun look. I'm just going to pop that ribbon off for a second so I can leaf through these a bit better. So you've got your red background with, it's a sort of off-white star. That's just a great stash builder, isn't it? I could use that any time. Natural seeded background overprinted with red. That's beautiful. This is my favourite. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous, like Fair Isle almost. Stripe. Imagine a cuff on a Christmas stocking in that, and the main body of the stocking in that. And then you could perhaps use that to create the toe and the heel. And then a little natural seeded background with red star and red with snowflakes, so the opposite of that. That's a really nicely put together pack of 5, isn't it? Absolutely splendid. That one's got me written all over it as well. Very, very nice, very nice. It's so affordable. $12.99. It's a cracking price, isn't it? And as I say, you know, lots of us do take that into account when we're making things for Christmas. We're like, well, you know, it's like baubles for the tree. I don't want to spend a fortune. You'd get a lot out of a pack of 5, actually, for a very, very good price. Right, this last one then is NU31. And so you've got a lovely kind of winter white with gold, and it is gold metallic. Stars printed over the top. That's just a great general fabric, I think. Holly leaves and berries. Isn't that zingy? Really fresh. That's a smashing print. Could use that anytime. Some more of the holly leaves. And then a general all over. That's a bit weddingy, I think, isn't it? A bit weddingy, like sort of confetti. Yeah, smashing. And of course, mix and match across the bundles. That would work really nicely with the green bundle, would work, or the green and red bundle rather. You could mix and match those, or mix them with that fabulous Lurex tartan bundle. That would be beautiful. Now, something a little bit different. I'm really into these. I'm going to be getting a couple of these. Special little tins. Just going to pop that there. Okay, so these are little gifting tins, okay? Making spirits bright, peace on earth, have a holly jolly Christmas. I feel I can do that in this waistcoat. There's nothing I can't do in this waistcoat, actually. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas. It's like I'm auditioning, isn't it? I don't know what for. Anyway, now you can buy all of these tins individually. If you look on the website, they're $5.99 each. However, the way I'd be buying them is as a bundle of 4 for $15.96, because then you save £8. Now each one is a thing of beauty. Absolutely lovely. Now, what would you use this tin for? I'm thinking little pair of folding embroidery scissors, sewing kit, needle case, gorgeous little gift, reels of thread, Gutermann thread, something like that I think would go in very nicely. What about a little tin with things like, you could keep your medication in there. You could keep maybe little mints or something like that, and little peppermints. You could keep things like a little bit of EPP, could go in there, and a needle and thread, tuck that in your pocket. But also really lovely for gifting. So if you were giving a gift card for Christmas, or do people still do book tokens? I've bought you a record token, dear. I know you like LPs. That would be me. Or, you know, something little you could pop in there. I think they're ever so cute. Peace on earth, holly jolly Christmas, making spirits bright, Ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a cute idea. Ben, our producer, said, you know those like little, they call them worry dolls, where you could make a couple of little dolls, pop them in, and then you're supposed to tell them your worries before bedtime, aren't you? And then shut them away, and they hold on to your thoughts rather than you worrying about them. That's a cute thought. Yeah. Very nice. Really nice quality too. They're beautiful. They've got a lovely sort of vintage feel to them. Not just the designs, like the colours that have been used, they're matte rather than shiny as well, which gives them a nice sort of classy vintage feel. But actually they just feel like nice quality too. Do you know what I mean? They feel nice in your hands. And I think that's important with something like this. I recently bought some, I can't mention the name, but you can imagine, really expensive designer does little tins, does mugs, things like that, lovely bags. You can imagine the designer, or not. But I spent a fortune on these tins. I think they were about $8.99 a piece. But I've put incense cones in them. Different fragrances of incense cone, because it contains the fragrance, and everyone's trying to guess now what I'm talking about. Sounds like, Rath Midson. I used to work with Jenny Cleary, and she was always talking about that. Looks like something you might buy at Ron Buis. Ah, dear. All right, those are lovely. I like that. I hope there's a set of those left at the end that I can buy, because those are lovely. Aren't they beautiful? They look so nice together. If you just have a little look at those together, don't they look gorgeous? Really nice. You could also have them as like a little table gift. If there's a few of you getting together for Christmas or Christmas Eve, these could be your little Christmas Eve gift, couldn't they? You could have one on each plate at the start with a little something inside. Or it could be something like, a charade or something like that. Now I need to tell you, half of the stock of those has gone. Well done if you got yours. I like it. You can get them individually if you want, but if you buy all four together, you're saving £8. Now, there's some details for Holly Jolly Christmas. Is that just so I'll sing again? Oh no, it's gone. I can't. We've only got 3 on their own. Goodness me. Okay. Well, I'd go for the set anyway, because they're lovely together, and also you're making a fantastic saving for buying them. Again, if you have a few Secret Santas to buy, $5.99 per tin, good. Great value. But if you get them all... Now, one of our favourite things here at Sewing Street, which we absolutely love, is... native lighting. We love our native lighting. And especially at this time of year, we've all been commenting this morning about how dark it is, how dingy it is, and how even in the house it's like, you put on all the lights and there's still not enough lighting. This is so cool. It is so cool. It's the Native Lighting white 2-in-1 travel lamp, and it's really cool. Really, really cool. To help for... It is on, actually. Is it charged? I don't think it's fully charged. It's not fully charged, so we're not getting a lot of light from that. Okay, but we have our task lighting here, okay? Fully charged, I think you get about 6 hours, don't you? 6 to 8 hours we need to recharge, but you've got warm lighting and we've got daylight lighting. You can choose between the two. At the moment you can see it's on warm lighting, but you can go daylight. There we go. There's that daylight light if you prefer. So you've got your kind of angle poise function. Such clever design, because look, it's also a torch. It is also, you can see it needs charging, because that's, yeah, we'll charge it up, don't worry. But it's a USB. It's a USB port. So you don't need to buy batteries. You don't need to have a battery charging unit. It's just a USB port. So you can charge it with your iPhone charger, something like that. $45.99. Brilliant this, because you could be in bed reading your favourite quilting or sewing book, or doing a bit of sewing in bed. Then you might need the loo, okay? Don't want to put the full light on and really wake yourself up. Don't want to disturb anybody else, or don't touch your phone because you'll see an email or a message, something like that. So we don't do that. You've got your torch, you can go to the loo and you don't have to turn the lights on. And I mean, I don't put the lights on because that would really wake me up, and when I'm awake, I'm awake. So I do tend to reach for my phone and put the light on there, but it is too, glaring, whereas you could, like the way with this, you could use the torch. Also, I'm not being funny, this is really, really good to have in your car if you drive in your car, because like, for example, all this week I've had to park in a car park that's just surrounded by trees, very enclosed, very, very poor lighting. And, I would like a little bit of extra lighting, thanks. You might live somewhere where there isn't a lot of street lighting, or maybe you have a shed at the end of the garden that you do your sewing to, that you retreat to, or maybe a different kind of shed, Lots of different reasons for having a shed. Not just sewing, apparently. I don't know. Doesn't interest me, but maybe you use your torch in the winter to get down. Really super that. Love it. Great product. Again, as always, from Native Lighting. Now then, shall we do some more Christmassy fabrics? I've got my eyes on... There's a bundle over here, which is just a little bit different. I think it might be the Liberty. Yeah, I'm going to say yeah. This is really different. It's gorgeous, and there are some fabrics in here that would do any time of year, but I just love the palette. Just check out this palette. It is beautiful. Isn't that gorgeous? Really different. Those teals and gold and magenta. Loving this. Well, that's a good price too, $74.90. You're getting 5 meters here. Liberty fabric here. Liberty, a woodland Christmas teal fabric bundle. 5 meters. Let me show you what you're going to get. So you've got this little cottage and fir trees in a snowy background. That is cute. Love that patchwork design of equilateral triangles. That might inspire a quilt design, actually. Don't forget you can cut 60-degree triangles using any standard rotary cutting ruler or your Stripology. That's a great pattern, right? That's a good one. All over little gifts, almost like patchwork blocks, stars, moons. You've got your navy with snowflake stars. That's a gorgeous one. I'm already thinking about a Christmas quilt here, but also I'm thinking about gift bags and gift tags. So you could make a little bit of your Liberty go a long way by using just a bit on a gift tag with a bit of solid as well, that you can then write the name of the recipient on, but have this going round the edge or on the back of it. Now this next one's a favourite of mine. Little Christmas tree decorations. That's very pretty. Fir and berries. That's lovely. That's delicious. Proper, all over, unashamed. Look at the glisten on that. Beautiful. And you've got things like there's a reindeer in there, there's stars, bells, Christmas tree, berries. Pretty little kind of Christmas tree floral, like a floral Christmas tree there. And then, last of all, little all over berries. What a nicely put together little bundle that is. You're getting 10.5 meters of your brand new Liberty Christmas collection. a woodland Christmas. Beautiful. It's really nice, that, isn't it? Very, very smart. Oh, a couple more mornings to say as well while I'm here. Catherine's got in touch. Morning, lovely man. Was evicting another little furry friend. Got some very funny looks from some dog walkers as I stopped the car to release Buster. Catherine, I think, didn't you message in last week about a mouse that you'd had to drive a mile away to release? Another one. Oh dear. I feel for you. I feel for you. Claire's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Good morning, lovely. You are looking very handsome and dapper today. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I was out last night with Pauline Wheeler. She kept me up late, so, you know, the makeup does work. I did go out with Pauline Wheeler. She's an absolute star. Lulu's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. Morning, Lulu. Lovely to see you this morning. Always a joy. Thank you. Jenny's got in touch too. Morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you this morning. Looking very smart today. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for getting in touch. We've been having a right old time this morning. We're looking at Christmas fabrics, and I've just been showing you all the Liberty, a woodland Christmas bundle. Proving very popular. If this is in your basket, don't forget to check it out. You've got a lovely mix there of teals, hot pink, some gold, navy blue. It's a modern Christmas palette, isn't it? But really beautiful. And a little softer, a little lighter and fresher. Would look really nice actually if you like to maybe decorate a bedroom for Christmas. This might not go with your decor, but maybe you've got your granddaughter coming to stay for Christmas, or you know, the grandchildren or family, and you want to kind of, you know, pretty up a bedroom. You could make some bunting for the bedroom. You could put little present sacks or Christmas stockings, you know, little something like that. Maybe a cushion or two on the bed, or a table, or a bed runner rather. A bed runner would be nice. Okay, right, I'll pop that to one side. We've got a couple of Lewis and Irene bundles here. Let's go with the greens first, if I may. Now then, this is an Advent. Am I right? It's an Advent panel, or is it all over? It's an all over. It's an all over. Oh, now then. Oh my goodness, you get all of that in a ½ metre. That's fantastic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, this is great. So 12 days of Christmas. I'm just thinking, my mind's racing now, thinking 12 days of Christmas advent calendar. This isn't an advent panel, but I'm thinking you could use these to create little pockets. I'd actually put some fusible web behind each one, a little bit bigger, fuse it down, cut it out, fuse it to something like seeded natural, and then zigzag around the outside edge using gold metallic thread. Yeah, make sure you use an embroidery needle so that your thread doesn't shred. And then create pockets out of these, 12 pockets that you can arrange on a little wall hanging, and then you could put a little something in, not for the run up to Christmas, but to have from Christmas Day for the 12 days of Christmas. So you have and it might be that you tuck a little note in, or a little, you know, something in. We did that actually last year at home. We did 12 days of Christmas Advent, mainly because I'd bought an Advent, the Advent for the run-up to Christmas, bought loads of gifts, and then literally not a single one would fit in any of the drawers. So I had to scrap the whole thing. I didn't realise until the 23rd of December. It was like, what can I do? This bundle, there's one left, so if you want to grab it quick. You've got lots of beautiful fabric there. That is a super useful piece of fabric, amazing. What about making a clock or more out of that? If you've got clock mechanisms, you've got your numbers 1 to 12 multiple times in ½ metre. You're also getting a ½ metre of this green holly leaf print. You are getting, loving that, the all over 12 days of Christmas gold highlights. Stunning, stunning, stunning. I have lots of nutcrackers that I get out at Christmas. They'd fit right in with this. You've got your green script, a partridge in a pear tree, 6 geese a laying, and then that's a lovely print, isn't it? That sort of aqua and green mix. All right, leave that with you. We've got a second bundle. Same, I'll show you the coordinates first of all. That is delicious. I absolutely love that on red. You've got your script, this time in a really lovely warm kind of golden cream. There's your all over print. That's lovely too. You've got your holly leaves on it's a kind of warm greige background. And then you've got your 12 Days of Christmas panel, which again, as I say, well, it's a half metre. This one's sold out too if everyone checks out. So if you've got it in your basket, and please don't give up. If you've just thought, oh, I want that, and I've just said it's sold out. Well, it hasn't really. Everything's in baskets. However, you can put it in your basket too. And if you check straight out, then it's yours. We so often find this when kind of baskets are full. Please don't think that you can't still buy it, because if you check out and someone else has got it in their basket, it will just disappear, which is really bad news if it's in your basket. So I urge you to check that out. All right, I'll pop those there to one side. Now, let's do some glasses cases, because again, we talk about giftable, and we've got a couple of other nice giftables here. Let's do the world map first. PB74. I think this is lovely. I think this is lovely. I would like this. Producer Ben would like this. It's kind of vintage map. Yeah, vintage looking map. It's like a fabric, almost like a slight flock fabric. It's got a bit of texture to it, soft, almost velvety texture, completely encased in that world map. And then look inside, you've got that lovely black sort of velvety interior, but you've also got a cleaning cloth for your specs. Yeah, well, couldn't we all do with one of those? I'm forever pulling my shirt out of my trousers so I can use the edge of it to clean my glasses. Not good. Not good. Producer Ben's he's just confessing in my ear. I've literally just done that, he said. He doesn't have that deep voice, actually. I've literally just done that. It's not how he sounds at all. That's lovely. Yeah, I just want that for me. Yeah, I'm talking about giftable, but I always start every Christmas when I go Christmas shopping, the very first gift I buy is for myself, because I know what I want. You know, that good men, women, adults, children, it's a good all-rounder, isn't it? It's a great all-rounder. Lovely gift that. $11.99. And then we've also got a Japanese cherry blossom. This is TU23, which is pretty. Very, very pretty. Feels nice in your hands too. Now, in terms of the size of glasses this would definitely fit my specs. I'm just going to grab them actually. Let me just see. I've got them here. There we go. Oop. I just want to prove that I do. Oh, I haven't got my glasses in there. It's empty. Yes, please. Thank you. Look, producer Ben's given up his glasses for a moment just so I can. So just wanted to show you the sort of size. So regular specs there. In they go. Perfect. Yes, I have got my case with me, but just nothing in it. Which begs the question what I've done with my glasses. Doesn't it rather? No, I do know where I've put them. All right, smashing, thank you. You're welcome. You will see again. There we go, perfect. But a really nice little gift that. Pop that back in there for later. And rather nicer than, you know, basic black. Okay, good. All right, what's next? What's next? We've got Liberty fabric on its own. Ooh. Oh, yes. Now, the Moda design roll. Yeah. Now we had an open layer cake of this yesterday. I'm just wondering if I can avoid opening this. Kat, could we have the Red Barn Christmas? Have we got the layer cake, please? I'll show you this. It's really nice, actually. I'll just show you the colour palette while I see if we can find that. You've got those lovely soft white prints with red and green on them. You've got some lovely reds, some apple greens, and then you've got a few black and cream prints, which I think are just lovely and add a lovely modern edge to this. It's a really, really lovely strip roll. I can do that, don't worry. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. Let me grab this open and show you what we've got inside. It's called Red Barn Christmas. It's from Moda, and it's a Sweetwater design. And if I just open this up, this has got that sort of just a little bit of a nod towards that sort of Americana Christmas. Just a little nod here and there in things like the barn, but it's not really, really overt. I love this sort of cross-stitch effect print. Very cute. That's got a little cross-stitch on it as well. It's hard to see in this lighting. Some writing, some berries. So you've got your light prints, always really useful to have for a bit of contrast. We've got that little barn. That's a nice modern print. A few plaids as well. And we're getting into the meat and potatoes now. Love that print. Absolutely gorgeous. Lots and lots of designs, of course, written to use a jelly roll or a strip roll. So any pattern that you've got that is for a jelly roll or a strip roll, of course, you could use. You could do a jelly roll rug. Wouldn't that be fun to do a jelly roll rug using a Christmas jelly roll? Ben, would you just pop onto Pinterest, please, and just find jelly roll rug? And if you can do Christmas jelly roll rug, that would be amazing. I'm just thinking, I just want to show you what I'm talking about, because that would look amazing if you made one of those from this jelly roll and had maybe like in the entrance hall, or you could put it in front of the fire. That would look so cool. Or you could have it as a bedside rug next to in guest bedroom. Or you could put it under the Christmas tree and use it as a sort of alternative Christmas tree skirt. Any joy? Yeah, awesome. Are there ones in red and green? Let's just show you what we're talking about. That is gorgeous. That's reds, greens and golds, but it gives you the right idea. Check those out. Now have a look at this jelly roll rug. Do you see? Isn't that fab? Really nice. Or you could like have all the greens in the center and then go out to the whites and then the reds and then maybe use the black prints on the outside to sort of edge the whole thing. It's really cool, isn't it? They're great fun to make as well. Jelly roll rug for Christmas. Fun, isn't it? It's just a bit different. And I've made a few, and making the sort of yarn, does it like a big ball of yarn, that takes about a day. It takes about a day. So it's a weekend project. It takes about a day, and then it takes about half a day, a couple of hours really, to sew and to zigzag that yarn round and round to create your rug, and then a bit of pressing and best press, really useful. You give it a spritz and press it to get it really nice and flat as you're working. But they're great fun to make. All right, I'll pop that to one side. That's our Moda jelly roll from Sweetwater. Now then, we've got some hand cream, Seams hand cream. Oh, am I allowed to use a bit of this or not? Yeah, I love the Seams hand cream. Oh, it has been used, yeah. Yeah, I do love this. Now, Seams hand cream has been developed to particularly with sewers, knitters, crocheters in mind, because we need moisturised hands, particularly things like yarn And things like cotton yarn, I think even more than others, seem to suck the moisture out of our hands when we're working with them. And so we need to keep our hands moisturised as we're working. And also, I don't know about you, but I am still using as much alcohol hand gel as I ever was. I've really got into the habit of using it, and that is quite drying. So I'm always moisturising my hands. But what we don't want is to moisturise our hands and then be all sticky, claggy, greasy, and then go back to our work. I've just moisturised my hands using the seams. They feel great. They feel protected. Smell gorgeous, and it's a gender neutral smell. It's that, you know, when you walk into an expensive spa, no, me neither, but just imagine, I remember years ago, it's that sort of lovely smell and no greasiness. I'm ready to go back to work. Really lovely. Lovely gift for yourself. Lovely gift for someone else as well, and it looks really high end, it looks really smart. It's had a rebrand. It's gone from the yellow to this gorgeous purpley blue, which looks terrific. It's one of those really, I know this is a silly little thing, but look, it's a really kind of like firm, hard packaging, which I associate with kind of classy toiletries, do you know what I mean? When they come in a really nice classy box. Gorgeous, yeah, absolutely lovely. Instantly absorbed into your hands, really nourishing and protecting as well, including a biometric lipid complex which helps to lock in moisture and enhance the skin barrier. So protective. Now Ben's talking to my ear saying, he says every year I'm going to be better at keeping my hands moisturised. Here's the trick. You have your hand cream where you sit. So you're sitting in front of a computer for your shifts. You have your hand cream in front of the computer. And then, you know, in those idle moments, you pick up, you pop a bit on and you moisturise. You have it next to your bed. And then last thing before you go to sleep, you get that little bit and you moisturise your hands. You have it next to your sewing machine. And then when you're having your little breaks and you're doing your shoulder rolls and your little stretches and making sure that you're keeping your hands and everything kind of stretched out and relaxed, you do your little moisturise and then you get back to work. So pop it where you're going to be, where you spend time, where you need moisturising. It is gorgeous, isn't it? Ben's just putting some on now and saying, oh, it does really feel lovely. And have a smell of it too. It does smell like a dream, doesn't it? A dream of a spa day. I'm going to do that now. I'm going to treat myself to a day at a spa. Oh, lovely. Okay, right. Last thing I'm going to do is, this is lovely. Victorian decoupage strip panel, 19.99. So what you're getting here is an exclusive to us here at Sewing Street, printed cotton panel with 18 2.5-inch wide strips of coordinating fabrics. Each of the strips is 2.5 inches wide, but unlike your normal jelly roll or strip roll, these are 55 inches in length. So I talked about making a jelly roll rug. You could do that using this panel. So you'd cut the strips apart first, but just have a look. I mean, it's a huge panel. I'm going to have to show it you in sections, but just have a look. So if you have a look down the bottom first of all, and what's lovely is the background colour changes. So the background colour is different in each strip, okay, here on these first 4 strips, but the Victorian decoupage designs go over the strips. So you could cut them apart and they'll still make sense, but you can also use them as a whole piece of fabric. So imagine this could be, you could cut your Christmas stocking across the strips, lay it on batting, stitch on the lines to quilt it and also attach it to the background and then make it up into a stocking. Job done. You could use that for things like gift bags, little Christmassy wash bags, all sorts of Christmas decks. Next up, you've got the poinsettias. Look at these, aren't they lovely? Again, on the background colour changes. The design goes across them all, so use them apart, use them together. Then you've got this lovely, almost like a border stripe with stockings and bells. I'd be cutting that out and saving that for something special, like maybe the top of a Christmas stocking or the top edge of a mantle runner. So I made a mantle runner a few years ago to go over my fireplace. So it's kind of a rectangle, like everything, imagine everything as little quilts. So like a rectangle that goes on the top of the mantle, and then some on-point square blocks that come off the edge with triangles as well within there. So there's some patchwork along the front, and then some triangles, almost like bunting, that are sewn into the front of the mantle, then with little bells along the bottom, and it goes on my mantle. A couple of candlesticks kind of holds it all in place, and that just looks lovely. It's so kind of Christmassy and lovely. All right, and then through to some more designs. This is a really special strip up here as well. I love that with the individual designs. They could be bonder webbed and fussy cut if you wanted. You could make some gift tags, something like that out of those. And then you've got some coordinating colours at the top. Really good value panel that. Under £20, lots and lots of possibilities. All right, that's been a fun hour. Merry Christmas, everybody. Now then, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, Emma Bradford is here, and I'm so excited because it's the Carpenter Star Quilt, so don't go anywhere.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company on this Sunday morning. Now, this hour, I've got a fabulous quilty guest, Emma Bradford.
Hi.
Hey, how
Hello.
you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Gorgeous to have you back. How have you been?
I've been good. It's been a very, very surreal time this last week or so, but
Absolutely. Yeah. And of course, we're all going to be joining the nation tomorrow because we won't be on air. We will be at home, as you will, I'm sure, watching and saying goodbye to our beloved Queen. But yeah, it has been a very a week that none of us have ever even really considered, and I don't think.
No, I know mentally you know it's going to happen at some point, but when it actually happens, like you're losing a loved one. Yeah. It's like you know it's going to happen. When it actually happens, it's still a shock.
It is. You're right. Right. Now, you've been also very busy creating this incredible quilt, which I desperately want to just have. This is the Carpenter Star.
Yes.
Tell me about the fabrics.
So this is what I love about this quilt, is that you can make it from either scraps you've got at home, but a layer cake is perfect, and a little bit of yardage for the background. But it is one of those, because I do like a quick quilt. I do like a slow make sometimes, but a quick quilt. If you've got a gift that you need making, or you've got a layer cake that you've just not quite sure how to use it or has been gifted to you, Yeah, perfect.
And this uses 1 layer cake.
1 layer, and you don't even use the whole layer cake.
Wowza. And it's 72 inches square?
Yes, indeed.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, quick quilt for a wedding gift.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
Quick quilt for Christmas. Just beautiful. Called the Carpenter Star. I just think anybody who received that would absolutely fall in love with it. It is beautiful, really lovely, and beautiful quilting too.
Thank you.
You did all that too?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
Nice, nice. Now then, I need to give you a little heads up because the bundles that we've got are already in danger. All right. We've had so many of these already go on pre-order. There are a lot in baskets. They're all going to sell out. So I'm going to run through the bundles really quickly now, and I am going to urge you to check out your basket. As soon as you've made your choice, remember you're not going to pay more P&P later on if you find something else from Kerrie and Living in Loveliness that you want. Just choose your bundle and check out. Let's start with Mary Ann's gift. And now then, let me show you what you're getting. This, I've bought the whole collection.
Oh, I love it.
Absolutely love this. It's Betsy Chutchian. It's fabrics inspired by the 1850s to the 1850s, yeah, to the 1880s. So it is that sort of historic reproduction, absolutely beautiful. You're getting your layer cake, 42 10-inch squares from Moda. An absolutely delicious mixture of paisleys, ditzy florals, very tiny checks, tonals. They're really beautiful. I don't really need to flick through that because we've seen, I'll do just a little bit of flicking there, just because we can see all those gorgeous fabrics in the quilt itself. But you've got rich deep reds and plums, blues, a little bit of gold there for highlight. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stunning. You've also got 2.5 meters of your background fabric. Now in this bundle, can I just check this colour is... We're just checking. I'll want to reference the colour for each one. So this is cotton cream. This is cream. Okay, this is cream. And then you get Emma Bradford's full instructions. Now this is a photocopy. You'll get proper nice instructions. That's yours, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got your everything that you need. All your instructions, your full layout diagram as well, all included in there for £72.99. Now £72.99, remember this quilt is 72 inches square. Now that is phenomenal value, and you've spotted it. It is phenomenal value for a full quilt kit. Can I ask you, would we have enough fabric within our layer cake to create a scrappy binding?
Possibly. You've got about 12 squares left.
And you can get
not
four
sure.
2.5-inch strips,
Okay.
which is going to give you
can do the
about 38 inches of binding per square.
Okay.
So you've got 380, about 400 inches of binding.
Yes.
So we can bind.
Just
Scrappy
about.
binding. Just about.
Just about.
Just about's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every little
awesome.
helps.
Okay.
Yeah. Waste not, want
I always
not.
want to know if I can bind it.
Yeah.
That now becomes even better value, doesn't it? £72.99. That's your Mary Ann's gift quilt kit. All right, everything you need. Add batting and backing. Lots and lots of you got that in your basket. Please don't hang about because they will sell out. Now next up, shall we go for Warm Winter Wishes? Warm Winter Wishes. This is my current absolute star favourite Christmas range. You too?
I love this one, yeah. I love the colours.
It's gorgeous.
Stunning.
Yeah, really lovely. Really. Is that $59.99?
Wow.
I'm looking about. Wow, wow, buy quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. $59.99 just because. Okay, Merry Christmas. You're getting your full Moda layer cake. I had this on air yesterday as a jelly roll. I am absolutely in love with these fabrics. You've got gorgeous tans, you have got deep cranberry reds, these lovely soft, almost like eucalyptus green, light spruce, and then you've also got this dark spruce green. That is really lush. 42 squares, you need 30 of them.
Need 30, yeah.
All right, plus of course you can use the rest for your scrappy binding. You get that, you get 2.5 meters of your background fabric. Now in this case it's latte, lovely, yes please, grande. And you get your full instructions for the Carpenter Star for less than £60. A mistake, surely. Yeah. I'd be buying that just because I want the layer cake and I want 2.5 meters of latte and I want your pattern. I want it all basically. Yeah. But even if I wasn't going to make that quilt with that layer cake, I'd be buying it just because it's less than £60. There are 7 left and there are 35 in baskets.
Wow.
Any more? There's 5 left now. Please check out. 4 left. Okay, 35 in baskets, 3 left. It's going to go. I'll leave that with you. Okay, Merry Christmas, Emma. Merry Christmas. Now then, the last one. This is joyous, absolutely gorgeous. There's 2 left of this one. 2 left of this one. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Merry Christmas. Again, $59.99. Amazing, absolutely gorgeous. This is called Christmas Morning by Layla Boutique. And yes, Marie, in answer to your question, I have hunted around the house looking for my glasses and had them on the top of my head. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I've done that.
Yes, or been actually wearing them, which is the funniest.
Yes.
Sold out. Okay, won't bother.
Yes.
All right. Okay, Emma, enough of that. Tell me about you.
About me.
Tell me about this gorgeous quilt.
Well, so it's quick. I love it. So I'm going to show first off.
That's going in my house all year round, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm making it. I'm not claiming yours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, it is. Like I said, when I was making it, I was thinking this was conjuring up pictures of Tom Hardy, leather Chesterfield sofas,
I thought Tom
cigars,
Hardy's chest.
glasses of whiskey.
Oh, I say
Very
one for you, one for Tom.
Yep.
Yes, leather Chesterfield, that thrown across the back of it. Have you been to my house?
Oh.
Was that you looking through the windows? You could be describing my home. Tom Hardy's not there, obviously. Morning, Stuart and Emma. What a bargain. Just had to buy it. It's gorgeous. Loving this morning's shows. We really appreciate you getting in touch, Carolyn. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Another message for you, Emma. The quilt behind you, Stuart, is gorgeous. This was 11 minutes ago, so it's that quilt.
Okay.
And don't you look smart this morning?
He does. He does.
Swish. The word of the day is swish.
Swish.
I look swish. Yeah.
Nice.
Now, I should say, of course, if you want Emma Bradford's amazing instructions for the Carpenter Star quilt pattern on its own, you can get them. They're $9.99. This would work with any layer cake, right?
It would, and I've also got instructions for like a mini quilt. So you've got the one behind you, which is not actually part of the instructions, but that top or that cushion, whatever you want to make with it, I've actually made that from leftover half square triangles I got from another quilt.
Brilliant.
For one of my Quiltsborough quilts.
I'm thinking as well, you could make this out of a charm pack.
Yeah,
If you can make that out of a layer cake, you could make that out of a charm pack.
Yes, that's what the bits
Gorgeous.
are for. But also like scraps at home.
Yeah.
So
I don't have scraps, Emma. Said no one ever.
This is true. Yeah, I always try to write my instructions so that you can either use a layer cake, charm pack, or it also tells you instructions for doing it from yardage.
Amazing.
Because you could just do it all in one colour.
You could. But that quilt behind, made from Mary Ann's gift, would look so amazing, certainly in my home, all year round.
Yes.
All year round. Beautiful. What do we need to do?
So I'm going to start off, because I always start off with this, because I learned how to do this from watching telly. And obviously, if you're a quilter, this is teaching you to suck eggs. However, if you've never done it before, this is how you cut strips with the fabric, because that is one of the things you need to start off with your background. So I've got my yardage, and it's all pressed-ish. It would be pressed. If it was yours, it'd be pressed. And what I'm going to do is I've got it folded in half, as you can see, and I've got both of the selvage edges in my hand. And I'm just going to fold it so that it's laying nice and flat and my selvage edges are all together. And it's really important to get it flat because when the yardage is cut off the roll, there's always a bit of a shift between the inside layer and the outside layer.
It's twisted all over the place, isn't it?
And it's just the way that they roll it, basically. So whenever you are cutting strips with the fabric, it's really important to make sure that your fabric is laying nice and straight, otherwise you're going to end up with sort of zigzaggy strips.
We've all opened up a strip that we've cut and it goes like that, haven't we? Like a V.
Yep.
Not a good look.
No.
And it also means your strips are on a bias.
Oh yes, in some cases. Yep. So you just hold the selvage edges. If you need to shift it, if it's any crinkles in your fabric, just shift your selvage edges against each other, basically, until it all lays flat. And then once it's folded in half, do it again so that it's in quarters, and line up your selvage edges with your folded edge, just like that. And then what I do is I use one of the lines on my mat to line up that fold up against, making sure that all of my raw edges are over or just over one of the vertical lines, just like that. And then the first cut is going to be to get rid of all those skew width edges. Sorry, I'm just going to move that a bit.
And you're left-handed, am I? No, you're right-handed.
I'm right-handed, yep.
You're left-handed.
Right-handed.
Right-handed.
Right-handed. Which is something I learnt about William this week.
Oh.
He's left-handed.
Oh, is he?
Which I never noticed before.
I didn't know that.
No.
My husband and almost his entire family are left-handed too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, only one of his sisters, his twin is left-handed, his mum and dad are left-handed. Okay. Yeah.
Oh wow, my daughter is. So it's one of those things. I think once you know a lefty, you sort of notice it in other people. But yeah. And then I'm going to cut a 10-inch square, basically to go with one of my layer cake squares. In this case, I do use the lines on the mat.
Okay.
Because my ruler is obviously not big enough to do this. You could also do it with your 12-inch square if you want to just use your square to measure. My rule of thumb is when you are cutting, either stick to the lines on the mat or to the ruler. Ruler is always best because it's usually a bit more accurate, but just use one way to measure, don't combine the two.
I don't know about you, I am a massive fan of the big square ruler.
Yes.
I'm increasingly using, in fact, whenever I'm doing any cutting, I get the 6x24 and I get my large square ruler out because there's always something, even if it's just 1 8.5-inch square I need to cut.
Yes.
And yes, you can cut it with a 6x24, but it's just so much easier to slap a square ruler down and cut round it.
It is. And actually these two rulers, if you are just starting out, are a godsend. If you don't have much money to invest to start off with, definitely this one. So the 6.5 by 24.5 will do so much. Yeah. And then the 12.5-inch square.
Great. Have we got those details, please, Ben, for the 12.5-inch square? It's a boon, and also as well, I think when you get to that stage where you sort of got all your basics and you're thinking, you know, plenty of fabric, I'm all good, I feel like a little something. A square ruler, really good, really good to have. Yes. We'll get the details up in a
I'm going to actually use it to trim up as well.
Cool, yeah.
So I'm just going to measure 10 inches across, and I try to do it in a couple of different ways just to make sure that I'm measuring twice. So I've measured it with my ruler, and then I'm just going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just to double check.
So these are 10-inch, not 10.5-inch.
10-inch. Yep, to match
just like your layer cake.
Yep, exactly.
Love this. Emma's very, very cleverly designed this quilt. Actually, I was looking at the instructions earlier on to make minimal cutting, maximum use out of your layer. Isn't that what we want? Isn't that
minimum
music to
waste?
our ears? Yeah.
Oh, which I was going to show you. Oh, these are my squares. If you want to have a look, they're a bit. They're not pressed.
Is this
so don't
what's
judge
left?
me. These are all the extras.
Ah, from
the
from the Christmassy
one. Yeah.
Fabulous, fabulous. Oh, these are lovely. I love these little polka dots.
So what I do, so I'm going to do it in a little bit different way because I've got a friction pen. So your next step is to actually draw 2 lines on the back of your background fabric as your sew lines, so that you can make 2 half square triangles. However, I'm going to skip to the next step because I'm going to press my squares together first and then mark them, and not do an Emma and then mark them first
and then iron them.
and then iron them,
Yeah, and then
have
mark them
disappear.
again.
Yeah.
Just want to let you know as well, well over half the stock of the pattern on its own has sold out. So if you want to get the pattern, now first before I say that, actually I should mention on screen, $23.99 is the 12.5-inch square ruler. Absolutely brilliant. Cutting out your background blocks, larger blocks for your quilting, larger strips. Sashing how often are you sashing? 9.5-inch squares or 12.5-inch squares, and you can just put the square. It's so quick and easy. That was swish, wasn't it? But also things like squaring up your half square triangles, your quarter square triangles, your flying geese, and your blocks should you need it, or just measuring that everything's right. Centering and applique before you trim the edges. You can do it with a 6x24 ruler, but it's so much easier with a square.
It is.
$23.99, worth a look. Now the other thing is, Emma's instructions on their own for the Carpenter Star. I'll just get those details up on screen. If you would like these, a fabulous layer cake project, a brilliant charm pack project if you'd like to make the smaller mini, and also a brilliant scrap buster if you've got fat quarters, odd layer cake squares hanging around, if you've got a bit of yardage that you've yet to use up. All you really need to do is gather your supplies, pick a background neutral, and get sewing. All right.
Yep. So I've pressed my squares together and I've let them cool down a bit so I can mark them. But like I said, normally I would do that after the marking part. So I did use a pencil for the marking to make the quilt. And the reason that I'm pressing them together is I find when you press them together, it almost eliminates the need for pinning. It layers them up really nice, so they're nice and squared. They sort of stick together ever so slightly. So I always recommend that.
Cotton attracts cotton, doesn't it?
Exactly.
That's why our clothes are always covered in bits.
Oh yeah. Yes.
So once you've ironed them together, that's when you're marking the diagonal.
Yes. Oh yeah. Only because I'm using a friction pen. What I did at home was I actually marked them with a pencil first, and then I ironed them together. I pressed them together.
You mark your centre line and your 2 sewing lines.
I do the 2 sewing lines. So there's a couple of ways of doing it, and this is how it's in the instructions. So I like to mark the sewing lines because when I am sewing, I don't like to think too much. And there's too many times where I've actually just sewn straight down the middle because I'm so used to doing the marking on the line, especially when I'm doing flying geese, because you do actually sew on the line. Exactly. So I try to keep it one method. If you prefer the other way, so the other way of doing it is you mark just one line straight down the middle, and then you sew 1/4 inch on either side of that.
But a marked line gives you an accurate line to follow.
This
so
is
maybe
true.
if you're a beginner or you're not getting the results that you want using the 1/4 inch, try marking your seam allowance and see what difference it makes. Just want to show you this. These are the leftover squares from making this Carpenter Star using Christmas morning. Those are so beautiful. That's a project in itself, isn't it? What a lovely palette.
And
fabrics.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all.
The other thing I loved about those is that if you look at the patterns on them, there's nothing about those patterns that scream Christmas.
There really isn't.
So they can go into absolutely any project.
Yeah, pinstripes, dots. You've got those little doves. That's pretty. I'm thinking actually, like all of the silvers, make a little lovely wedding gift out of those with the doves as well.
Oh, yes.
Ring bearer's pillow or
that'd be beautiful.
Something special. Oh, give me a bit of fabric. I can always find something to do with it, Emma. Now we're just going to bring the kit back in Literally the only one. Everything else is sold out. Everything else is sold out. We have got 10 kits left of the Betsy Chuchian Mary Ann's Gift Carpenter Star quilt. This is still absolutely phenomenal value at $72.99. It's phenomenal value to make a 72-inch square quilt and have enough fabric to bind it as well. You've got all the fabrics for the quilt top, both the layer cake and the background fabric, but you've also got enough leftover fabric to do your binding. So you just need to add thread, batting and backing. You've got your instructions there as well. It's absolutely beautiful. And this would go year round.
Yeah, what I love also about this quilt, like I said, we talked about earlier this morning, it's a very gender neutral one. So I know sometimes, especially when you want to make a quilt for the men in your life, you can sometimes, well, I say struggle, but it can be a bit tricky.
You can.
But yeah. So I
It
think
is,
it'd be
it's stunning,
perfect.
and it's got those lovely rich colours as well. If you want something for snuggling, autumn, winter, I mean, like I say, that would work in my house all year round. But if you like those colours for autumn, winter decorating, this is it's a quilt you could make in a weekend.
Yes,
isn't
absolutely. It is very quick. You can definitely make the top, because there won't be much cooking or cleaning happening.
No.
Which never happens in my house.
Right, absolutely.
Occasionally happens
Quilting
in my
forever,
house.
housework whenever.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what I say.
Once you have sewn down both of those lines, the next step is to cut your squares in half. So I'm literally just going to use my rotary cutter and my ruler and just go straight down the middle of that.
Slice.
And then press them open. And now for pressing, I've actually become a fan of pressing seams open.
So have I. We're like twins.
Yeah.
I'm doing like loads of half square triangles at the moment. And I started doing it for bulk. But it's really working for me.
Yeah.
Did you want the iron?
Oh yes, please. Yeah. No, you're reading my mind. I'm just going to reposition. So you can
what are the benefits
do
you think of pressing seams open?
The bulk. Definitely, like you said, you don't have to worry about whether your fabric is going to be seen on one side or the other. So sometimes when you're pressing, you try to press to the dark side all the time. It doesn't always work.
No.
Sometimes you just have to press it to the other side because it either wants to lay flatter that way or it will nest better that way. So I'm actually finding a combination of the two, which I did use in here, works really well.
And just where you've got those multiple half square triangle points coming together, they're really sharp, really accurate. And that's about lots of things, isn't it? But pressing is one of them.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm pressing that one open. I'm going to press the other one to the other side. When it comes to sewing your squares together, I then put them in rows. And in that case, I did actually sew them to the side in alternate directions so that all of these corners, the seams nest really well.
Great. So a combination approach.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Because there's sometimes when you really do want them to nest and sit nicely in between each other, when you've got a nice square sort of corner. The other benefit I like to pressing open is that sometimes when you've got a really long seam like this, and it is sewn on the bias, it can distort a little bit if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But I do find that the seams open. I'm a new convert.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has its place, I've discovered.
Yeah. Dear friend of mine who's been quilting for many, many decades, she always presses her seams open, and we went to a lecture once about pressing your seams, and she sort of nudged me 10 minutes in and said, I don't think there's anything wrong with pressing your seams open, you know, I always do it, shouldn't I seem to get by?
Yeah.
And it's a good point. Do what works for you.
Yeah, that's my absolute motto. There's no right or wrong way.
No, there isn't.
Only the way that works for you.
That's right. If you're not getting the results you want, that's the time to say maybe this is the wrong method.
Yes, exactly.
Then there's a wrong time.
Yep.
But if it's working for you, go for it.
Absolutely.
Now trimming down at all, or
yes,
are we just
so now
there?
I trim down. So you're going to trim them all down to about 9.5 inches.
Okay.
And what I love about the square ruler is you've got this nice diagonal. Oh, and I've moved it. that you can use to line up your center seam. And then I'm just measuring to 9.5.
Yep.
Making sure it's nice and square. And if you've got a little rotating mat, that would come in handy.
I have got a rotating mat. Would you like it?
Oh yeah.
Do you want a small one? It's 12 inches square.
Yeah. Perfect.
That work?
That's perfect. Perfect.
You ask,
Thank you.
provide. And this squaring up actually is something you can't do with your 6x24 ruler. This is where having a square ruler is just so perfect.
Yeah. If you don't have the tools, the only other way to do it would be to actually use the squares on your mat.
Yeah.
But this does make it accurate and nice because you can just, it's so visual. Nice clear acrylic ruler.
True enough.
So I'm just going at this side. And you won't take much off. It's literally 1/8, if that.
Right.
There we go.
There, Emma. Well done on the waist here. Yeah. That's smart. Oh, just give me that here. Give me that here.
This little bit?
Look at this.
There you go.
So that's, look.
Is it trimming?
That's your trimmings. That's your waist.
Yeah.
All right, we love it.
Well, I've just finished a sustainability course, so I'm all about being sustainable.
Cool. Like that. I don't know about you. Have you tried doubling up your quilt batting? When I'm doing a few of those at the moment. What I call a winter weight.
Yes.
Quilt, patchwork quilt. 2 layers of quilt batting. You 505 them together. So you do your normal layer, your quilt top and your batting, but then you lay a second quilt bat over the top, flip it back, spray the under batting and rejoin. So you end up with 2 layers of quilt batting. Oh. Snuggly.
Oh, nice.
Super snuggly.
Yeah.
And also makes your quilting pop.
It does. And actually I've read a lot of the competition quilts do that. They'll layer up 2 different types of wadding so that, the quilting on the top really stands out nicely. This one's actually got wool in it.
Beautiful.
Which I'm keen to. I haven't actually used one yet with wool, and I haven't washed it yet. So I'm keen to see how it behaves.
Yeah, I'll get rid of that for you.
Thank you very much.
Have you ever tried silk batting?
No.
Oh yeah, I did a quilt some years ago, and it was made in cotton voile, which is very much like a lawn. Okay. And so that was really light and floaty, and I didn't want to weigh it down by using a heavy batting, so I used a silk bat. Okay. And oh my goodness, it felt like you could just throw the quilt in the air, and it would have just stayed in mid-air. Do you know, it was gossamer, soft and light, really lovely. Yeah. Ooh. We get into a habit, don't we, of always using the same things, but there are alternatives. Yeah, yeah, and I'm all about exploring, because you don't know until you try it. Right. Really. And you can always try it, and if you don't like it, then that's fine. But yeah, this wool has been a revelation. So I'm trying different things. We'll get some on the show next time.
So once you've got all your squares done, so you continue with that till you've got all your squares done, you'll need to separate out 4 of your layer cake or charm pack squares. And these are going to be used whole, so you've got 4 corners.
Oh, I see them. I didn't spot those to begin with.
So I'm just going to trim one of those down as well. It's the same thing, you get a little bit more trimming off this.
We'll forgive you for 4 squares.
Okay.
We'll let you off. It's not a lot, is it? Is it a quarter of an inch?
It is. It's literally a quarter of an inch all the way around.
Right. That's a lovely design, isn't it? All these have sold out, although we do still have a little bit of stock of the Mary Ann's Gift version, which is that gorgeous kind of antique reproduction almost quilt that's hanging behind at the moment. It's just beautiful, isn't it, Emma? I love that. I love that. It's perfect.
Yeah, and what I really like about that is there's little pops of not quite yellow, but kind of buttery sort of. It just adds a little bit of sparkle.
It does. It does. I like as well how you kind of space that out too.
Oh, thanks.
So a design like this, you have got to spend time, haven't you?
You do.
Playing with placement.
Yeah. So what I did was, did all of my half square triangles first, and then lay them all out on the floor, how I think. But then once I've done that, take a picture on your phone and have a look at it through that, because it sort of removes you from actually seeing it, and you can see it all at once in one little spot, which is, I recommend that all the time.
Brilliant.
Once you've laid it out, take a picture,
Yeah.
because one, you can see what it looks like, whether you like it or not, and then two, when it comes to sewing them all up, you've got a reference of how it all should be.
Absolutely.
Because I could never remember.
Absolutely.
So I've sewn everything and I go back and put them all back together.
Yeah. One other thing I do as well, you know, on your edit, when you can edit photographs and you can rotate by 90 degrees. I rotate it through 90 degrees.
That's a good idea
just so
too.
you can see it from all four angles. Because sometimes you only spot something standing on the other side. You could walk around if you've got a ballroom. You could walk around.
As you know, I just keep that tucked away.
So you've trimmed that down to 9.5 inches.
Yep, and that's what all of the big squares should be.
And I noticed as well you've taken a little bit off on all sides, so you've got rid of the pinked edge.
I have.
Yeah.
Only because the pinked edge, and so long as you're consistent, it doesn't matter. But it can throw some people off. It's like, well, do I layer it up so that all of my teeth points are lined up, or is it the valleys that I need to make sure are lined
and it's
up?
hard
So
when you're sewing pinked to unpinked, to cut.
Yeah, so it just makes it a little bit easier. And then sometimes, this one's not so much of a problem, but you've got some that have quite a big pattern. You may want to just square, because not all of them are on the square, if that makes it a little bit slanty. So if that bothers you, especially like on the stripes and things like that, just make sure it's all squared and then you cut it out.
Cool.
I didn't think I had any problems with those. And then it's literally a case of laying them out in the order and then sewing all the squares in rows. So if I recreate that top row.
And so did you do it as lots of long rows, like across?
Yes.
Cool.
I did. I did do a mock-up of this Christmas one. I did a quarter.
Which is another way of handling it, maybe, isn't it?
Yes.
That you could make 4 quarters.
And then do it that way.
If we just hold that up. So this is like this is the bottom corner, yeah?
Yes.
And this is the centre?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so it kind of gives you an idea.
Let me just move that, sorry. Yeah. There we go. That is lovely. What a lovely combination. And again, wintry. Oh, actually, almost kind of, I like that kind of shabby chic pinks and greens and whites.
I like it. And it's very modern. So, very modern designs on it. Very clean.
Yeah. Lovely. So you could do 4 quarters and then sew the quarters together if you wanted, rather than rows.
It's however it makes it easier for you. So what I tend to do them in rows, but you can absolutely do 4 quarters. And then what I do once I've got all the rows together is that I'll sew pairs of rows together, and then the last seam is the centre seam. So you've got 2 sets of 4 rows all together.
Spot on.
Yep, I'm just trying to, these are my extras, so I am.
Arranging your quadrant.
Yes. So what I do once I've laid everything down, because like I said, I don't like to think when I'm sewing.
Right.
So if I grab some pins quickly, I have a method. So when I used to work in the lab, when I was at grad school, because you very often get people coming and talking to you, and you're in the middle of some delicate operation where you need to make sure you remember what order everything is in. We used to have a system with transferring things between test tubes. So I always used that system where
Same system.
So I'd literally organise all of my caps, all of my tubes and everything so that I could at a glance know which sample I was on and things like that. So I do like a method for sewing as well. And my method, if it works for anybody else, you can definitely take it, is I always fold the right over the left. So if I'm going to sew this seam, I will put this block over this block, and then mostly I remember now because I all pick it up in the same order, but put a little pin here, and that just indicates that is the seam that you're going to sew. And the same with this one. And I'm not lining them up At this point, I'm literally just laying one on top of the other.
Right.
So then I will grab all of my blocks. I know all of my pins are on this side, so these are the seams I'm going to sew. And then I will have a nice little sewing session.
Yeah, you've got your pile.
Yeah, I'm just going to do one thing before we get to that, because I want to double check that my 1/4 inch seam allowance is accurate.
Okay.
So the way that
I'm
I
going to
do
be devil's
that,
advocate. Why does that matter, Emma?
Why does that matter?
Why does that matter?
For this quilt, it doesn't matter so much, because so long as everything's consistent, it will match quite well. But for quilts where you have a lot of different shapes that need to go together in a certain order, and you have to make sure that they actually fit accurately, 1/4 inch. So for the Kaffe quilt that we'll do in a little bit, that one is absolutely, you'd need to have to make sure that your 1/4 inch is spot on. So what I've got here is 4 little squares, which are 2.5 inches square. And I'm going to make a little 4 patch. And then I'm going to measure it, press it out and measure it, and see if it measures. So
4.5 inches.
Yes, thank you.
Do you know, I'm really on form with my maths today. I'm feeling, I don't know what
You're
it
on
is.
fire.
Don't know what it is, but I feel so in the game today. Yeah, spelled S-E-W, I'm so in the game. What was that?
Bit of party music.
Oh, okay, good.
That was a joke.
I love both. I love both. I love both. Thank you. For once, I actually feel like I deserve it. Oh, I just have to keep charging the iPad up, Emma, because it wasn't charged up. We've got to plug it in, so it's not charged. So I'm sorry if I've missed any messages from any of you. Do get in touch, by the way, won't you, if you've got any questions or comments for Emma as well while she's here. If there's something burning question that you need to ask, then get your question in. For example, morning lovely people, you have given me a lovely pattern to use my Kaffe Fassett layer cake fabrics. Many thanks, Gina in Staffordshire.
That is going to be stunning.
Yeah, beautiful, really lovely. Morning Stuart and Emma, looking very handsome, Stuart. Thank you very much. Fab pattern, Emma, as usual. Fabrics look amazing in this pattern, don't they, Dawn? Don't they just? Now we've literally got 3 of these kits left. I'm just going to quickly show you this while Emma tests and checks. We'll have a look and see just how accurate that is. You get your Betsy Chuchian Mary Ann's gift layer cake, absolutely stunning. When this range came out, I bought the entire range. It is just glorious, rich, deep, kind of gentleman's club colours.
Yes.
Woodland hideaway colours.
The good kind of gentleman's club.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You know, kind of warm, deep, rich reds, blues. There's a little bit of subtle gold and yellow in there as well, just for highlight. It's really beautiful. You also get 2.5 meters of, I want to say latte, or is it cream?
I think that one's cream. Latte,
Cream.
I think, is the other.
Yes, thank you, you're right, it is cream, 2.5 meters of cream, and the full instructions for the Carpenter Star for the bargain price of $72.99. The quilt itself, when it's made, is 72 inches square, so a whopper and a brilliant topper for a double bed, or brilliant over a couch or a throw.
Yes, I'm thinking this winter, this is absolutely going to be on my couch.
Yeah.
Because my hubby is saying the heat's not coming on till December.
Right, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that too. And also the other thing, what Emma's done on her quilt is to put a flannel backing. If you've never used flannel before, Emma, any tips?
Oh, yes. So this one, and actually I've done this a few times now. So this is actually a flannel sheet, which I know a lot of people don't recommend.
But a new flannel sheet.
It is brand new flannel sheet. Yeah, but I think a used one would probably be okay. You'd get a little bit more balling. Again, I'm thinking waste not, want not. But it just feels so nice. And then, this one, because it's a sheet, it's a little bit looser weave than a quilting cotton.
So you'd want to pre-wash.
You definitely want to pre-wash. So it gets that shrink out. But it's not the sort of thing you'd want to use on a top because of such a loose weave.
Yeah,
but it works fine for a backing.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
a
yeah.
utilitarian quilt, it works really
And
well.
for a snuggly winter quilt as well.
It is so nice.
Just lovely, yeah. Gorgeous.
And it adds a little bit more weight to it as well.
Yeah.
So that it is nice. You get that almost weighted blanket
I was just
feel.
going to say, Emma, weighted blankets are such a thing. And you know what? I really noticed over the summer where I was using a lighter tog duvet, I wasn't sleeping so well, and I put it down constantly to, it's the weather, it's the... But you know what? Part of it was I didn't have the weight on me in bed.
Yes. And actually in the summertime when it's really hot, I swear by a 100% cotton quilt. So cotton backing, cotton top, cotton wadding, because you have that lovely weight, but you don't have the extra warmth in it.
And just have that with a sheet.
Yes, just a sheet in between. Although I have to admit, I'm naughty. I do just wash my quilts every week.
Yeah.
So I just use it as is and snuggle in,
Yeah.
and then just throw it in the washing machine.
Yeah.
Because it becomes so soft. The more times you wash a quilt, the softer it becomes.
True enough. Beautiful.
And it drapes beautifully.
Yeah.
So there we are. You'll be happy to know my square came out perfect.
Did it?
Yes.
Well, I'm not surprised at all.
But it's something I recommend every time that you start a project, especially if you know the seam allowance needs to be spot on, because it can differ depending on the size of needle you've got.
Yeah.
And the size of the thread that you're using as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And the fabric sometimes.
Yeah.
Depends on the fabric. Sometimes it's a little bit bulkier, sometimes a little bit less.
Absolutely. There is a difference between Fassett's fabrics and Moda fabrics. They are not all the same weight, so they do behave a little differently. It's good advice. It's good advice. And it's great as well, isn't it, when it comes from an expert who makes quilts all the time commercially, saying, I test my seam allowance all the time. I don't always get it right and have to adjust it. We all need to be doing that. There is one kit left.
Wow.
There is one kit left for this beautiful, it's almost like, you know, an antique quilt that you found in the attic in pristine condition.
Yep.
If only. 72.9 wouldn't be 72.99, would it? Let's be honest. That's a brilliant price. How often can you make a 72-inch square quilt for 72.99 and bind it?
And have extra left over.
And extras. And extras. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Emma, so fab. Love this quilt.
Thank you.
Absolutely love this quilt. Is there anything left to go through? My goodness me. We do still have some instructions. Do we still have some instructions? If we do, it'll be single figures. No, we don't. All gone.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Great. Yeah, well, you'll love making it.
We've got a friction pen left.
Oh, yeah.
What can you do with that?
Well, I only recommend don't iron after you've
Don't iron
used
afterwards,
it. Don't do
or
an
use
Emma.
it on warm fabric.
Yes.
The 12.5-inch square ruler, that's all gone. No. Oh, 12.5-inch square ruler. We couldn't recommend this more highly, could we?
It is definitely one to have in your arsenal of quilting tools. So that is one of your basics, definitely, that I would have. So that, the 6.5 by 24.5 inch, your rotary cutter, your
self-healing mat.
Basics.
We've got a message which is from Kate Collector in Merseyside. Morning, Stuart. Loving seeing you and Emma together this morning. Two experts looking fabulous.
Oh, thank you very much.
We could actually together. You know, we're ready. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much. Looking forward, Emma, to your second hour.
Beautiful.
We don't normally have this luxury, but we do have a couple of minutes. Tell me about this beautiful quilt.
It's gorgeous. You'll absolutely love it. And what I love about this is all the different Kaffe fabrics that are in it. So it's in your kit. And they're just such nice big sizes. So you get a really nice chunk of that gorgeous Kaffe. And you can really have a fun play matching which ones you want to put together. Yeah. So this one's gorgeous. And
it's stunning.
It is curves.
So curved piecing.
Yes, there's some curved piecing, but absolutely do not be afraid of it because they're nice gentle curves. It does require a little bit of pinning. This is more of the slow make rather than the quick in a weekend jobber. But I just love it.
I tell you what I love as well, that triple cross that's running through lots of the blocks, that is divine.
It is, and it looks a lot more complicated than it actually is. This is actually as complicated as making this block, which is quite simple.
Really cool.
So there's some little tips and tricks where you get to pre-piece and then cut. So yeah, I'll be showing all of that. But yeah, it is
Can't
lovely.
wait for that.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that. Really good. Thanks for that hour,
you're welcome.
Emma. It was wonderful. Wanted, just before we go, couple of little references I wanted to make. One of them, we had a Native Lighting torch table lamp on earlier on today, been really popular. They're fab. My current absolute favourite from Native Lighting is a brand new product from them. It's the 3-in-1 lamp. I'll perhaps have a little picture just to show you. Brilliant lamp. This is so many LEDs in the actual lamp itself. Super bright daylight lamp surrounding a huge magnifying glass. So if you want to work with a magnifying glass, then perfect, you can look through the magnifying glass. If you just need super bright daylight on your patchwork, on your quilting, on your hand quilting, embroidery, knitting, crochet, anything really, even reading, you've got that too. It's a 3-in-1. So you've got your floor lamp, you've got the base, you've got an extension pole, you've got your gooseneck, and it's a super thick reinforced gooseneck too. Native Lighting have been working really hard to make their lamps even better. You've also got a second option. Take out the pole, fix the gooseneck and light to the base, and you've now got a tabletop light. Okay, that's the one that's in the middle. So if you happen to have a table next to you, perfect. It's a super solid heavy base as well. It's really going to be sturdy and secure. Then if you're working somewhere that doesn't have a table, perhaps you're working just at an armchair and you've got arms that you can screw to, then you have got the, if you like, the angle poise style, screw it to the table, screw it to a chair, or even a windowsill. I've done that to we've got windowsills that stick out quite a long way, that you can screw it to there, and then you're really mobile. Now there are only 8 of these left. They're currently exclusive to Sewing Street and at an exclusive price. It was meant to be going up in price last week, but at the moment we've held on to the price, $139.99. It's a fantastic buy, that. And I certainly have noticed now, using task lighting and the magnifying glass, how my accuracy, my tiredness, my eye tiredness has been, makes a difference. And my cross stitch now as well, I've really speeded up. I was getting really slow and laborious, especially in autumn winter where the light's not so good.
It isn't.
It was taking all the joy out of it. Do you know what I mean? It felt like a bit of a chore. So we don't like that. We like it to be a pleasure. So if age is robbing you of being able to just do anything in any light at all, you're not on your own. I feel that absolutely. Getting task lighting worked for me in spades. The other thing I wanted to just mention as well, my current obsession, Emma, is machine embroidery. I finally delved into the world of machine embroidery, and I'm loving it. We've recently got the Brother embroidery machine to Sewing Street. It is incredible. It's a Disney embroidery. So
amazing.
You've got 62 Disney embroideries preloaded, which you cannot buy and load onto any embroidery machine. You've also got hundreds of other designs which are copyright free. You can use them, make them and sell them, which is amazing. You've also got a USB port in there. You can download literally thousands of free designs from Brother and other people that you can then use on your embroidery machine. You've got a 4-inch square hoop, 4x4 hoop. You've got amazing technology. If you're somewhere and you have a power cut, or you need to go out and you're halfway through an embroidery, just switch the machine off. When you come back, switch it back on again. You're back where you left off.
Wow, that's amazing.
You don't have to start. I'm thinking about long arming, the things you have to do to kind of get back to the right position.
Yes.
It's like, really? I'll just stay till it's done.
Yeah.
But amazing technology, super cool, for £599. Could be a whole new opening for you as well. Terrific. And also that is doing your embroidery while you're working away on your sewing machine. So what about starting to combine machine embroidery with patchwork, quilting and other skills? Yeah, love it. And I love all the designs, embroidery designs you can get that look like quilting.
Oh, that's a
little
good
feathered
idea.
wreaths and
Wow.
cross hatching, and
That would be perfect for all those little sort of. So my first quilt, I did blocks and then alternate squares, which are plain alternate squares. So you have to do half the patchwork then.
yeah.
But filling up all those alternate
More
squares
quilting,
with
And of course you can quilt a quilt using an embroidery machine.
Okay.
You can hoop areas of your quilt, make sure your
course.
quilt's supported on a big table, but then you can quilt those alternate
Bits.
squares just as Emma was talking about. It's really cool.
Nice.
We've only scratched the surface, but I'm ready for more. I don't know about you. All right, we're going to go to a little break and let Emma go off and have a well-deserved cuppa. I'll be back after the break and I'll be living in loveliness with the wonderful Kerrie.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's wonderful having your company this morning. We're having a fun time here and we've gone back to Christmas. We started with Christmas, we've gone back to Christmas, and I want to start with the amazing quilt that's hanging right behind me. It is so beautiful. Jennifer's got in touch, who's in Bridgend, saying, morning, have just finished my first project, the Christmas disappearing 9-patch quilt. So easy with clear instructions. On to the next one. It is absolutely delightful, Kerrie. And another message that's come through for you as well from Carol in East Sussex. Good morning, lovely show and guest today. Please could you tell me what the quilt is behind Stuart? It looks really pretty. Love, Carol. Not a problem, Carol. I'm just gonna, oh, wrong way. I still haven't worked that out, which way to walk. Honestly.
We'll get there, we'll get there.
Kerrie, will you tell me about this quilt,
So
please?
this is the disappearing 9-patch quilt. You've got 9 fat quarters in the kit. It's very, very easy to make. Nice, fast project, lots of repetition, and just looks lovely with the metallic fabrics on there.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, so glowy. I think it would make an amazing table centre.
It would. Actually, one of the ladies, she has a smaller Christmas tree, she said they're slowly downsizing. So she uses hers at an angle on the table where she puts a Christmas tree.
Over a table and then a small tree on top. Perfect.
So
I mean, obviously
nice.
you're not going to put your turkey and the gravy on top of that. It's not that kind of
It can
table
wash.
topper.
It can wash. Although if anybody spills it, we can give them the stare.
I was going to say that was a stare. That was a mum stare. Then you didn't catch
Did you
it.
feel?
You don't want. I almost turned to stone. I'm definitely not putting the gravy
I've
on.
perfected that over the years.
Good for you. Amazing price, Kerrie. As always, $39.99. I get everything in the kit to make the whole of the top.
For the top of the
I
quilt,
just need to buy binding.
That's it.
Just by
So if you go for 1.5 meters for the back of the quilt, you've got enough there for your binding and the backing of your quilt.
Superb.
as well.
And I see you've used a lovely kind of hollyberry red.
Yes, beautiful.
Just tie that in with your decor. That's awesome. You get full instructions, all your fabrics for your top. Really fun project. You could make that and use it this Christmas. Not just any Christmas, but this Christmas. There's a thought.
And it's going to be here very fast.
Yeah. Oh, we're definitely in the zone today, Kerrie. We're all on to Christmas
We're all on
projects
to
now.
Christmas.
You
I
on to
bought my
Christmas?
first Christmas gift yesterday,
Stop
which is
it,
very late
did
for
you?
me. I've normally got them done and wrapped, so I feel very
Done
late.
and wrapped.
Done and wrapped.
Well, that's mind-blowing. Now then, next up, we're
I don't
going...
buy many. Don't buy
Fair
many
enough.
gifts, so there's not a lot to wrap there.
Now, talking of gift wrapping... Nope, not talking of gift wrapping. Oh, a message, lovely. Good morning, Kerrie and Stuart. Lovely 9-patch quilt. What size is it, please? Elaine, good point, and I didn't tell you. Do you know the size?
51 by 51 finish.
Perfect. And I get all the fabric for a 51-inch square
51,
quilt
is
for
it 51 or
39.99.
41? Am I getting it wrong?
Amazing.
Let's just double check for my own peace of mind.
Yep, I've got to take measure.
The quilt, it'll tell you on the back of the pattern if you wanted. No, we're going to measure.
No,
I
just
feel
measure
like
it.
it might be smaller now I've said that.
It is looking like about 43, 44.
43, yeah.
Yep.
It's
Which
because I'm
is-
doing a 51 at the moment, so yeah.
But that's good news as well, because you could back it with a single piece of fabric.
Yes.
No join required. That's fabulous. Absolutely brilliant value. Thanks. Now then, brand new today. We got the sample. Here it is. Oh my goodness me. Look at this. It is a gift wrap bag. So this is for all year round, for storing kit, because I'll be honest with you, Kerrie, I've got a spare bedroom and a corner in it where I
I've got
throw, it's like a gap between a bookcase and the wall, and I like throw the rolls of wrapping into it.
To be honest, that's exactly where mine usually sits. So that's why I really wanted to make one of these, to organise myself a little bit more. But I'm sure you'll find very similar to myself. If you're putting those in the corner, your wrapping paper is getting damaged. So
Of course it is. And
we
you pay a
want-
lot for wrapping paper. Look at this. Big zip around the top. In we go. And there's my wrapping paper. And this could also be your tissue paper, your... I use a lot of that. You know, it's... Florists use it. It's that
curling
sort of
ribbon.
cellophane. No, you know the cellophane on a roll.
cellophane's nice,
Because I'm
yeah.
so rubbish at wrapping things.
Yeah.
Most people just get that scrunched around in a big bow.
It's very true, and I also tested as well. So if you're like me and you like your interfacing, and I quite like rolling your rolls of interfacing, your
Yes.
rolls, anything you've got on rolls really sit nicely in here. So we've gone for the height that allows for that. So if you're thinking you're not necessarily wanting a Christmas one, or you want a Christmas one and an extra one, it's a nice way to store your collections, especially if you're to-ing and
goodness me,
fro-ing
yeah.
from classes, or you're just wanting to organise your stash, which is always nice. We've got
It's a brilliant project, actually, and you've just said organise your stash. I buy some fabrics on the bolts.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking that you could actually have bolts of fabric in here,
It's
rolls
perfect,
of fabric.
yeah, because when I'm working on a quilt and you've got your selections of fabrics, you know, you can slide, I think I tried in here 5 different, not full bolts of course, but 5 different ones. So that's generally what I'm tending to work with colour palettes for quilts.
That's
so
an ace project. I am loving that. And a lovely message for you from Jan, who says, good morning, Stuart and Kerrie. Looking forward to seeing you, Kerrie, at West Point on Thursday.
I'll see you there on Thursday. I'm very much looking forward to next week,
Fan
actually.
Club's going to be there.
It's coming close.
Oh, it's so much fun. Now then, let's have a look at the kit for the gift wrap bag. Okay, so in here we've got actually 2 different colourways. Yep, I think I've got the red one here. Let me just... Seems a shame when it's so beautifully presented.
We'll rewrap it before
Always
we
nice
go.
that though, isn't it? Because you know you can gift it. This is red, this is red. Right, so what you've got here are all important, you are kidding me. $24.99 for all of this. How'd you do it?
Because we want you to celebrate.
Because I instantly think, okay, so £10 for instructions. How on earth am I getting everything else for less than £15? The zip, again, I buy zips, but they're all 10, 12 inches long. It's really hard finding long zips. Perfect colour. It's all there. You've got your handle webbing. Again, you're not having to hunt high and low. What if your local shop doesn't have red?
We've got it.
We've got it. It's in the kit. It's there. You've got all of your fabrics. You've got some heavy interfacing in there. You've also got your vinyl. Again, do you fancy hunting around trying to find all these elements? Or shall we just go $24.99?
You've got a full pre-recorded kit in this pattern as well.
Now, check this out. Just explain this, Kerrie, because this is awesome.
So on the first page of the pattern booklet, we've actually done this kit a little bit different. Usually we provide templates. So what we've done for this, as the pieces are so big, is we've given you the cutting measurements. We've had some feedback that people would like that option in the kit. And on the first page, just before the first step, if you have a little look in there, there is a QR code. Hover your phone over the top, or there is the link as well there. You can type that link into your search engine, and this will take you through to the full pre-recorded tutorial.
So there's a video tutorial?
There's a video tutorial.
That's
for
awesome.
this pattern.
It's the way to go, isn't it now?
Yeah.
Everybody that's ever wanted Kerrie in their home...
Well, I get a lot of messages asking me what date I demoed things, and I can generally not really ever remember.
No.
So it saves hunting down the date and time and the time that we showed you. So we've started putting those in the newer kits that we've produced.
And also there's no annoying presenter interrupting you. I did that for effect. But it's right, isn't it? You can just watch Kerrie. Great. I really would like a go. What would you do as a first one? Is 85 too late to start? Great shows, everyone, from Collector in City of Bristol. Now, you come here. 85? Are you kidding me? Too early to start? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Perfect time. Start today. Have a little look in your stash or top up your stash. Start today. Yeah. And my advice is always choose the project that you actually want to make. Go for that first of all.
Yeah. I'm almost going to say, actually, either just hang fire, or if you're near a computer, have a look on pre-order and see what projects Kerrie's got coming up in this hour. But there'll definitely be something in this hour that you'll enjoy, and I don't want you to miss out, or sit back and watch and see what pops up that you fancy.
We've got lots of lovely easy projects today.
I love this kit, and I'm absolutely astonished at the terrific value in there as well. There are 2 left. There are 2 left. All right. So I'll leave that one. Let me show it you in the green. There is only 1 left. Is it really? Shall I? Okay, I will. The green's gorgeous, but look at that. I love that fabric. I love that fabric.
I just love this fabric. This is a new one. I tend to work each year with the same fabrics or very similar, but I particularly love this design.
That is fabulous. That is really, really stunning. And I just love the project. I just love the project. I think it's really smart. Yes, for Christmas, absolutely for your wrapping paper, but also to make again and again. Genius, inspired, you know, your interfacing, Bonder web, all of that. Who knows where to store those?
I've got a lady who comes to one of my classes, and she comes with different rolls because she never quite decides what she'd like to make. So she's always sort of under her arms got rolls of interfacing. So really this is one of the projects. One, because like yourself, mine is pushed between 2 bookcases. Or I have a great idea to hide it in another area which I forget, but more importantly it damages the paper.
Really does.
And then, as I say, when
Adam's going to buy more when actually you've got loads somewhere.
You can fit up to 24 rolls in there, so you'll have plenty.
You know that because you went out and you bought them, didn't you?
I know, and I was really sad.
How much? How much?
Christmas paper wasn't available at the time, so I'm looking forward to filling it with lots of Christmassy papers in there.
Happy birthday, everybody. And I'm thinking as well, Kerrie, if I wanted to, when I make another version, it wouldn't be the hardest job in the world, would it? If I did it there.
Not at all, no.
That down, because that actually becomes a storage drum that I could use 1,000 different ways.
Absolutely, and really I would just trim down the vinyl, and I think that's a very good idea for a new kit we'll introduce.
I was going to
say,
say,
can you give me a name while we're here?
10%, that's all I ask. All right, well done. There's 5, 4, 3, 1. Okay, 3 left. 3 left. All right. Okay, pattern on its own. Pattern on its own. I want the pattern. That's awesome. Absolutely brilliant. That's wrong. Bear with. We're all getting very excited,
It's
Kerrie.
very exciting.
We love having you here. You bring gorgeous things with you, and it's also very, very busy. And thank you for spending the morning with us here on Sewing Street. We love having your company, and thank you for all the lovely messages too. I'm a little bit... my iPad didn't get charged up, so it's gone off again.
Oh, is it still misbehaving today?
It needs
That's a story of my life,
TLC.
to be honest. I always forget to charge something.
It'll recharge, yeah. $9.99 for the pattern. You'll make it again and again. And like I say, start adapting. And you don't have to adapt anything else other than the height. Just shrink it down. And there are so many different ways that you could use that. Absolutely brilliant. I love it. I'm just looking down thinking, oh, why didn't I design that? Shucks. Okay, good. Keep going through for your pattern. Now then, do you want to go through a few other bits and pieces or get straight on with demo? Let's make this.
Let's make a little bit of space.
Oh, quick message while you're getting ready. Morning. The gift wrap storage would be good for a wool stash. That's an awesome idea.
But I feel like a wool stash off the top of my head now, because I have started. You did inspire me to start, if you remember. I feel like you need a couple of dividers in there just to keep them organised a little bit more.
A wool stash, please.
Yes, there we go. What should we name it while we're here?
I'll give it some thought. You sew, I'll think.
So what you've got in here is you've got that super long zip, which is lovely. I've already gone ahead and popped the wash away quilter's tape, and the reason I did that is every time I come I forget to bring my wash away quilter's tape. So we've got some tape in here. As I mentioned, we haven't done templates for this one. We've put the measurements, but it's still really helpful if you just doodle a little bit of something. Mine's printed, but if you just doodle something on a piece of paper with which pieces these are, this is certainly going to make this much easier for you. So you've got everything in here that you're going to need to make this project. What we'll start by doing is that zip installation. So each piece of the fabric, when I made this originally, I didn't put the interfacing in, but felt it just needed a little bit more stability in there. So I went back through, remade this, and then popped the fusible, heavyweight fusible interfacing on the back, and it just gives it a little bit of structure, especially if, like Stuart's saying, you know, you're thinking of using this for wool, or something else other than your your wrapping paper, because that naturally is going to give it the stability anyway.
We do have a pack actually from Living in Loveliness, 1 metre of heavyweight interfacing. Super useful this for bag making, great in this project as well. We'll just pop details on screen. $4.99. That's worth a couple of those in your stash actually, just to keep on hand, because heavyweight interfacing I find very difficult to find.
And it's so useful as well.
Cool.
So what I've done before I've started, and your first step in the project is to add all your heavyweight interfacing to each piece of your exterior fabric, either the red or green or whichever you choose if you're making from your stash. We're then going to just double check your zip, because we don't want to go to all that effort without checking that the zip works. Leave that open halfway. And then we're placing that zipper facing down, and we're just going to, I've already removed the tape, just going to secure that there to the raw edge.
It's genius, isn't it, that tape?
I wouldn't be without it. And the last 2 shows that I've come along to, actually, I'm just going to move that across, I've forgotten to bring it, so I thought this time when I'm prepping I'll pop it on, because it really, really does make the world of difference. So just centre in that zip. There we go. This or a glue pen works as well, but
oh, I think the tape every time. And pins, I do, but they distort the zip, don't they? They make it harder to sew, if anything, rather than easier.
I love anything that makes any step, any process easier.
Me too. Oh, I meant to say, by the way, Derek, sorry to disappoint. It's a bought waistcoat. I know.
That was the first question I asked this morning, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, but I do love it, but I did buy it. I have rolls of wrapping paper. I put them in that somewhere safe place. I know where this is going, that you can never find again. This is fab, thank you.
Well, I convinced myself that we had a lot of Christmas wrapping paper left up in our attic.
You you just can't find it.
Well, no, I can confirm that we haven't. I must have used it all because, in true my tradition, so 11, 12 o'clock at night, I have an idea to, open the attic and have Craig up there having a little check, just for my own peace of mind. So I definitely don't have any up in the attic. So my safe place. Oh, we're caught on something. There we go. My safe place is not in the attic.
It's literally thrown up a corner. It's all crumpled and wrinkled. It gets dusty and dirty as well. But in your gift wrap bag, it's going to stay safe, secure, and also as well, I'm going to say, things like rodent free.
Yeah.
They get about.
We live by lots of fields, so they definitely get about. And we don't want to see them.
We really don't want to see them, no. One of our lovely viewers had messaged in again this morning. She messaged last week to say she'd had to relocate a little furry friend who had come into the house. So that was a mile drive and then a little drop off. And today's had to do the same again.
She's done that.
Yeah. It's usually a cat, isn't it? Our cat that brings it in as a little, this is a gift for you, Mum.
My
chocolates every time.
Craig was in. So just to show you here, I'm just sewing along that edge. I'm about 2 finger spaces ahead of the zipper. I can see that through. I'm just going to open the zipper and sew along to the end.
Okay.
We, my husband was in the army, so we used to live quite a lot near fields, and one of the places we lived, there was always visitors.
Oh yeah.
And my friend phoned once and said, "Can you come and help me? I'm terrified of birds. There's a bird under the table. The cat's brought a bird in." So I'm thinking I'm going to help her move a little bird, which I was terrified about,
like
I might add. When I got there, it was a pheasant. The cat had brought this pheasant in, so we were like, I said, "Oh, I can't move that. What would you like me to do with this, So we found the guard room where you're only supposed to phone as an emergency.
Right.
And we told them it was an emergency. We didn't tell them what the emergency was, and they came and very kindly moved this lovely bird. And Craig came back from work and he went, "Did you phone the emergency number to have a bird moved out of your friend's house?" I was like,
he'd been given a nod.
He'd been given the, "Can you have a word, please?"
Have a word, please. Oh, oops. Oh gosh.
I'll never forget that day because it was a very big shock.
That's not the bird you were expecting.
No. So I thought, as she'd withheld the information from me, it was only fair to do it to whoever came to our rescue.
Yeah, that wasn't your fault.
So the next thing that we're going to do, now this is a small piece of fabric, so I perhaps won't do this today, but what I've recommended in the pattern, what I show you to do in the tutorial, is to top stitch along the top of that zip there, which I'll do, but also just to use a basting stitch to secure these 2 pieces of fabric together, just because it's quite a small piece of fabric and you do need to attach that to the top and the base of the bag as well. So
you don't want that shifting,
we definitely don't want that shifting. But you have all of the steps in there. So
do you want me to press that for you?
Would you mind?
Not
That's very kind of you. And while you do that,
while you do that. Morning, Stuart and Kerrie. What a genius idea. Ordered mine, going to use it for offcuts of my wadding.
That's a great idea.
All these creative ideas. Brilliant. Another message for you, Kerrie. You are cheering me up this morning, as had hand surgery on Monday. So now no sewing for a couple of months. Loving the demos. We will keep you going, don't you worry. Stick with us.
Stick with us and we'll get you through your
little bit of
recovery.
vicarious sewing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But think about all the lovely things that you can have in hand for when you have recovered and you're back fighting fit. just, sorry, am I holding you up?
No, not at all. So I've interfaced the top as well and the bottom, and what we're going to do here, using your handle, so the handle's cut to size, I've simply folded this in half to find the centre point. You can mark that on with chalk if you want to, if you're finding it difficult to see through the layers. And we're just simply going to allow that to just rest up in the air there. Now on the original one I put a different webbing onto it and felt it needed something a little bit more sturdy, so did change that over. So we've got the interfacing, we've also got the interior part as well. So what I'm going to do here, just to make this much easier, again just use a basting stitch around, secure the handle, and then for the base we'll do a basting stitch around those raw edges again. Anything that makes it easy along the process is much better. Now when you get the measurements for the bag, when you're cutting this particular part of the panel, it's entirely up to you. I've just popped a little curve onto there, so onto your corners we're just going to pop a little curve. And what I tend to do, I'll show you first, if I'm doing that through several layers, pop them together, fold them all over so you've got them all ready. In fact, we'll probably do 2 at a time, and just cut through your layers so they are naturally all marrying up.
What's marrying got to do with it?
They're matching, they're happy, like a little married couple. And we're certainly happy that they're all married up when we come to put all the layers together.
Definitely, we certainly are.
So that one will have a basting stitch on there.
I think you've got the wrong foot on this machine.
Have I popped the wrong foot on?
It's the wrong pedal.
Oh, the wrong pedal. It
The wrong
seems really
pedal.
short,
Slow,
doesn't it?
It's slow. That's the maximum speed. We'll have to find you the right pedal.
I did think it was going a little bit slow, but I thought it was me being a Sunday, if I'm totally honest.
No, it's the wrong foot pedal.
Right, the next thing we're going to do, so this is now, while Stuart kindly sews that for me, is we're going to do the base of the bag. Now you've got your vinyl. We're going to place one piece of the fabric to the bottom, drop that vinyl on top, and then the lining fabric. So you're sandwiching the vinyl between those layers. What you'll find really helps you at this stage is your quilting clips. So we're getting a nice finish on the interior part of the bag and the exterior as well. And by popping the fabric on both sides, I find that it glides across the vinyl nice and easily as well. Thank you very much. So I'll sew these layers together, sew through these layers now. Just making sure I've actually caught that vinyl. A little bit of it looks like it's moved.
If you've never sewn with vinyl before, Kerrie, something to be afraid of?
Not at all, not at all. And it's lovely actually. We get lots of people messaging after shows when they've used the patterns, and one of the things that I tend to find to get a lot of feedback on is it's easier to sew with than you think. And I would generally tend to change over to a leather foot.
Would you?
For sorry, a leather needle for working with vinyl. But as I mentioned, you are sewing through 2 layers of fabric and your vinyl as well.
I'll just try this one.
Okay.
I think this might be a better foot. The correct foot. There we go. You try that one.
Oh, that's longer as well, so that's going to make life easy.
Yeah.
Fabulous. That's
think
what
that
we
should
like.
be full speed again.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Okay, so I'm just using, again, a 1/4 inch seam allowance here. Oh, there we go.
Hello, we're back in the game.
We're awake.
Woohoo! And I suppose as well, the other thing that makes it really easy to sew with vinyl in that context is it's sandwiched between normal fabric.
Yeah. And that, to be honest, when I'm working with vinyl for projects like this and other projects we've done in the past, I generally tend to put a fabric layer either side.
Yeah.
One, because you get a nice finish on the interior part of your project, but again, it does make it much easier to sew along with.
Perfect.
You can increase your stitch length as well, which will really help. I'll just move those before they leave the table.
When you're sewing, do you have a studio where you sew? Is it part of your warehouse or do you sew at home?
I have a space.
Yeah,
it's a very messy space.
Call it a studio, you'll feel better about it.
In my studio. Oh, I definitely feel better about it. And then I look and I think, oh, I really must have a tidy up. But the trouble is, when we're busy, everything migrates to the table there. So I spend a lot of time moving things. But when we moved in, we sectioned an area off, which was supposed to be a dedicated space for sewing.
Yeah. How long did it last?
It hasn't actually been set up completely yet.
Okay.
We've only been there 18 months. I'm thinking about doing it, maybe next year.
What was a 5-year anniversary project?
As a gift to myself.
Yeah, do it.
There we go. So what we're going to do here is to just bring this back. Now, you don't want to bring an iron into contact with this at all. So again, I would recommend, first of all, bringing these back, layering up these raw edges and sewing along your raw edge first of all. From there, we then go into top stitch, and I always use a zigzag stitch. One, it's a nice decorative stitching onto the top of there, but it really secures that vinyl into place as well. So I'll go ahead and do that and just trim away any excess bits I've got here. And this,
now I know you are going to demonstrate as well your poinsettia bauble, aren't you?
Yes.
I might just mention that at this juncture while you're having a little clip there. Is that all right?
That's great, yeah.
Kerrie's baubles are amazing and they're always really popular. This is the poinsettia and it's just gorgeous. Where is it? Where is the actual bauble?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Where is the actual bauble? It's on the tree, of course it's on the tree. There it is.
Where else would it be?
There it is. Where else would it be? My point entirely. Oh, that is gorgeous, Kerrie. Absolutely lovely. Really good size. This is that sort of very special bauble that you bring out and you place right in the centre of the tree, isn't it? For all to see. Or you could make several of these and hang them in the window, 3 of them at different heights. You know, the kind of thing. Or maybe with some other baubles on ribbons hanging from in the window. That would look gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Now in the kit you get everything to create that bauble. You get your poinsettia patchwork bauble instructions, critical, and then you can make loads of different versions of this. You get your polystyrene bauble. Again, really hard to source some of these materials. You get your little shorty pins that are absolutely essential to this project, and then you get all of the fabrics that you need. Kerrie, have you pre-cut these
We
for
pre-cut
me?
them, yeah.
Now that is fabulous, isn't it? Because that now becomes kettle on, slice of cake,
Definitely a slice
sit
of
down
cake.
at the table and just enjoy. You've even got your ribbon. You've even got your ribbon to create that lovely bow and hanging loop for $13.99. That's a brilliant price, isn't it? For a really special bauble. Love it. Absolutely love it. So we'll need to find ourselves a little button or a little something, a little bead, decorative bead.
No,
just
they're
to
in
go-
there.
Are they?
They're in there. They're in your bag.
So
There's 2.
they are. So they are. Look, even these. You've thought of everything.
So there's no hole in that little sequin that we've popped in the side there, so you will need to pierce the hole using one of the little pins, and I recommend using a slightly bigger pin just to make it a bit easier for yourself.
Just goes in a bit further.
Just goes much further, yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. Just lovely. All in a little box. Now, if you wanted the instructions on their own, we can do that for you too. They are $6.99. I'd get the kit. I'd get the kit. I want everything. I want everything pre-cut. I want everything pre-cut. I want it all. I want to just sit down and I want to craft. Do you know what I've got to do this week? I've bought a kilogram bag of cloves, whole cloves, and a bag of orris root powder and oranges, and I'm doing those, you know, Elizabethan pomanders, where you make the hole and stick the cloves in, and then put it in a bag with the orris root.
You make some fabulous projects.
Well, I've never done them before, but I really fancy. I'll probably lose the will, you know, halfway through, because I don't know how long each one's going to take. I'm planning a great big bowl full of them.
It's like my baubles. Craig's been asking me for 30. I don't know where he had 13 from for our Christmas tree. But the problem is, I can't help but give them away when, you know, my mum says, "Oh, would you like? I really love that." So we've got 13 probably half finished ones. So I'm a bit like you. Like I'm still hoping that we're going to get there with the full bowl. But
well, I'm not being funny. You know, if Craig wants them, Craig can make them.
Wow.
He knows how, doesn't he?
He does.
There you go.
Craig, if you're watching, are you paying attention? He's been really good, actually. He doesn't do any of the sewing or sample making but this week he's been amazing, really. Just sitting at the side, just tidying up the raw edges.
Do we have a cheer sound effect? I feel like Craig needs a cheer.
He's been cutting all the threads off, which is the longest job, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Here we go. That, Craig, is for you. I would record this and keep that forever. Anytime you need a boost.
I said, "Oh, you look so happy doing that," and he went, "I can tell you I'm not."
We've got a proper cheer, Craig. This is also. That's also for you. Love it. This also, by the way, I should mention, is a no-sew project. So when you want to sit down and just the sewing machine is put away, you just want a lovely, cosy. This is it. You can do it on your lap tray. Beautiful.
So all I've done is I'm just popping the other side of the zip on now. I just wanted to show you how to finish this top part.
Same principle.
Same principle. Now the only difference with this little bit is you start at 1/2 inch in from the raw edge.
Okay.
And that's going to help when we put the vinyl in.
Understood. Just have a lovely message for you, by the way, from Maria. Who says, loved making the patchwork poinsettia, perfect to take away on a weekend to do, from Michelle Maria, beg your pardon, not Maria, Michelle Maria.
Did it say she'd taken it on holiday? Yeah.
Taking it away for the weekend. But that's nice, isn't it, when you want a crafty project, but you're not somewhere you can take a machine, or you don't want the faff, or...
Absolutely. Well, more to the point, can you talk your partner into allowing you to squeeze in a machine amongst everything else, your shoes and your bags and everything else you insist on taking? There we go.
Well, I think it's lovely and portable, isn't it?
It's very portable. Right, so let's open this up. Would you mind giving that a little press for me?
No, of course I don't mind.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Great pleasure.
So the top part is a little bit shorter because we want to be able to keep the back on the part. So when you're opening it up, you know, it's not completely dropping off the top there.
Right,
so we
of course.
insert this just tiny little bit different. And the way we insert the vinyl as well is slightly different as well.
Getting a good old tutorial here. Now, just keep in mind, Kerrie, we're approaching 2:45.
Okay, so if I talk you through the next bit, so if I show you what we're going to do on the next bit.
For you, though.
Yeah.
I'll get your head for later. Perhaps Craig could finish this one off.
I think he should. I think that's the least he can do.
Got full instructions. This might not be an absolute beginner, mate.
It's easy because he records the tutorials with me.
There you go. You want to see how much he's retained.
Yeah.
Talk about how to make myself unpopular in your house. But like, you're not going on again with him. He's a troublemaker.
He's very forgetful, so he'll forget by the time I get home. You'll be safe.
Excellent. All right, there we go. That's all pressed.
So what we do with the back of this, as you can see, this is a little bit smaller than that top section there. And what we're going to do here is we use the sides for the side panel. So you're going to place one of the red in line. So we'll pop this onto the edge. So that's in line with the edge of the zip. Mine's a little bit over there. We're then placing the exterior part of the panel on top, and we're going to sew along the exterior part. As we push this out now, this now becomes the same length of the vinyl. Now I mentioned we leave just a 1/4 inch here. When we are sewing across, we want to leave a 1/4 inch where this is not sewn. The same on this section. So if I just pin that so you can see, we do the same on the opposite side. And again, you've got close-up tutorials, a full video instruction booklet on the inside QR code as well. So don't worry about finding.
Is that something that you're going to do for all of your patterns moving
All of
forward?
the new ones, we've done that for this year, yeah. So once this is sewn on, as we press this out, we're then top stitching. Let me bring this a little bit closer along the side here. Where we've left that 1/4 inch at the bottom, what we're doing for this part is we actually press this up and under a 1/4 inch. Or in 1/2 inch is enough actually, 1/2 inch under. So then that allows the vinyl. So if I bring this up here.
Sandwiches inside.
So it sandwiches in between.
Understood.
So as you're pressing that, you're losing that raw edge. Just make sure both of these layers are in line, and then you're sandwiching in between. Because of the 1/2 inch mark that we've popped here, it can't slide up too far either. So all of those little measurements are really, really helpful. And then this will just butt in to the inside. Now, when you're bringing the bag together on the raw edge, I have used binding, so I didn't know if you just wanted to show that, Stuart, just to see. So instead of seeing the raw edge of the vinyl, on the back of the bag, I've just sealed those edges in using some binding there. One, so it's a little bit more decorative, and two, so it gives the vinyl that extra structure for the weight that's going to be popped on the inside.
It's a really neat finish on the back actually, just where you've seamed the 2 vinyl pieces and then bound over the top. Yeah,
and it helps as well because of the weight of the bag. And then finally, once you've sewn that together, you've then got your oblong, if you like, and we're attaching the handle at the top, and then you've got the base there as well to create that bag. So useful for lots of different projects as we've
brilliant
looked
project,
at.
absolutely love it, and you've loved it at home too. Thanks for getting involved with that. Now then, the other gorgeous project, I mean there are many projects that we've got on the show. We might have to move some of these to your later show, Kerrie. There's so many things to go through. But another of our heroes this hour is the poinsettia bauble. Absolutely gorgeous. Off the top of your head, Kerrie, do you know what the diameter of that bauble is?
10 centimetres.
10 centimetres, thank you, thank you. So it's a really good size. This is that spectacular, you know, showpiece bauble on the tree. Or you could hang this off a door handle.
Yes.
That would look really cute. You could hang these from in the window, inside the window.
We've had lots of pictures sent in with several of them along the stair garlands as well, and they look wonderful.
That's a nice idea. Sort of hanging down from the garland.
Yeah, they look really special on there as well.
Absolutely beautiful. And a gorgeous make. Half of the stock's gone. If you want to get this, you'll need to be pretty quick, actually. I think this will be sold out by the time you come back, Kerrie.
Okay.
All pre-cut squares. You don't have to do any cutting of the squares. They're all pre-cut for you. You can sit and fold. You've got all your pins. You've got your base polystyrene ball, ribbon. You've even got these little decorative sequins that you're going to pin to the front and back. It is absolutely beautiful. What a good, and I love the colours. The fabrics you've used are stunning. And a no-sew project. So like Michelle Maria, take it away to your weekend away, your little retreat, or you just don't want to get the sewing machine out. You want to sit down and do some crafting. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Will you show us how?
Yes, so I've already gone ahead and folded these. These are folded, so we've had a different style ball on previously. They're folded in the same way. So we're folding these over, always making sure we can see that beautiful metallic fabric. Finger pressing just to find the centre, so in half initially and then into your quarters. Now on your ball you need to find the top and the bottom. We want to find the centre of each of those, And marked on the ball as well, you've got your join seam to help you with that. So what I always tend to do when I'm starting this project is to just take one of the pins on the bottom of this one, you can see where the centre is, and just mark that up just with a cross to help us get the centre. And on the opposite side there is also some markings on there as well. Again, just taking that pin and marking that up. And I find that this step is so important to make sure that it's equal on both sides, and when you come to marry up in the centre here with your ribbon, they're matching up nicely. So the first one, we're going to place those folded fabrics in line with the star that we've just created, or the little kiss that we've just created, and just pin into each corner. And I always work on opposite corners because it allows me to stretch that fabric out nice and tight.
I like your tip as well that you're showing putting the ball into a bowl.
Really, really helpful. A teacup will work, a mug
Yeah.
will work. I've done this demo a few times and it's rolling around, and what you find actually is that once you've done one side, it's so heavy on one side it keeps rolling away.
Right.
So a little sauce dish or a teacup works really nice.
Perfect.
So for each of the rest of the squares, so you repeat this on 2 sides first of all, and then the rest of your squares in the kit we're going to fold in the same technique into the centre, but for each of those squares now we are going to slide a pin through that centre fold point.
And you're going from wrong side to right side?
Wrong side to right side, so make your little piles up at the side for ease. Now into the centre of that point, I mean I can see this here, and when you make yours you'll be able to see it, but we're still looking for that fabric where we've scored those lines. Now the next thing we're going to do is take the top right, fold this down once and just slide a pin through. And then here, to create that flower, that poinsettia flower, we're bringing this down again. Now naturally what happens here is you fold this and you get the contour of that beautiful petal. The point of your fabric rests just below that fold line about 1/4 inch. And when you've got it at that particular angle, you've got the nice space between each of those little poinsettia petals that we're going to make. So same again. Folding it into the centre point, sliding that pin through, and then bring in the next side. This time you're overlapping, so there is our first petal.
Cute.
So for the second one, we're then going to pick up. I was so organised it fell out, look.
Oh,
Thought I was ahead.
Best laid plans, eh?
Yes, very true.
What do you reckon's the make time for this bauble?
I mean,
I've never done one before.
I would certainly for your first one, an hour, a couple of hours maybe.
So a cosy afternoon.
Nice cosy afternoon, definitely. And I've done this as at workshops, an hour and a half, and pretty much we're ready to put the ribbon on. So a good hour and a half. But really, when you're making this, you want to take your time.
Do.
If you're allowing an afternoon for it, 2-3 hours.
I'm already imagining eggnog and mince pies.
I love eggnog.
Are you with me?
Oh, I love eggnog. You can't have Christmas without eggnog.
No, you really can't.
And a hot mince pie with some cream.
Oh, brandy butter.
Oh, definitely.
Are you with me? Let's do it.
I certainly am. So when you're creating the second one, just always make sure fold the fabric to the petal design, and just make sure that each time these are butting up against each other, and just simply work around that top section to create those poinsettia flowers there. So I'll go ahead and work on the next one. So again, into the centre, and sort of by the 3rd or 4th petal you'll find that just doing a couple of steps at a time you can pick up a lovely momentum. So I'm folding in and then folding across, and I can see there that it's slightly off, so that allows me to move and manipulate that until I'm happy with the placement.
So get them butting up.
Get them butting up, because that centre fold there is really important for the next layer of fabric that we're going to add to this.
Understood. So it's like a lot of things, it's that first row, that first bit that you do that's so important.
And if you're not happy, we can just slide out a few pins which slide out of the polystyrene nice and easy, and shimmy those across if needs be.
Love a shimmy.
We love a shimmy. Shimmy on a Sunday.
Absolutely. Sunday shimmy. Well, that's a whole new show, isn't it?
It is. We've not got that long, so
haven't,
should we leave that for next
unfortunately.
time?
We'll have to. We'll think about the format. Oh, I can already see that poinsettia forming. It's
I think once you sort of get the fourth petal in there, it's lovely to see. And if you have a look at yours as well, you can then visualise how this is coming together really nicely. So again, fold into the bottom, pinch in that corner, bringing this across and resting it on that first petal and sliding the pins through. Halfway there on the top layer.
Okay, cool. And we do that one round of poinsettia and then we go out with the green.
That's right.
It's very elegant.
It really is. I love this. And there's just a few changes really to the original one that we bought the kits for. So if you've got the kits, it's quite nice, and we've kept the fabrics, you know, those lovely metallic fabrics, so they're naturally going to complement each other.
Oh, they're absolute perfect Christmas fabrics. And I always think as well, Kerrie, like at Christmas, where I might not use fabric with gold highlights the rest of the year, at Christmas all bets are off.
It's really special, isn't it?
I want all the glitter, all the gold, all the silver.
All the twinkly lights.
Yeah. All of them.
When do you put your tree up?
Do you know, I always used to be Christmas Eve.
Really? Oh, that would be far
isn't it?
too much on Christmas Eve. I don't think I could cope with that.
It was used to Christmas Eve, but now we do the weekend before Christmas. So if it was only literally, if Christmas was on the Saturday, we might do it 10 days before that.
Yeah.
We want about a week or so.
Oh, I want it up for as long as possible.
Do you?
Yeah.
So when does yours go up?
The first weekend in December,
Does it?
whatever date it is.
Yeah.
We used to try and do the 1st of December, but you know, with kids clubs and sing-alongs, and it was becoming
I
not
don't,
as special.
but I can imagine.
It wasn't as special because we seem to be squeezing it in.
Right.
So we always have it now, and we have like crackers and cheese.
And did you do it as a
music.
family with the kids?
Oh, yeah.
Do you still do now? Or?
Yeah, I don't.
you do.
Yeah. Wow.
Eggnog, that's the secret.
Eggnog. They're not having my eggnog. But my son's 17, he's got a girlfriend, so I don't know whether he's going to be decorating the tree.
Okay.
But last year, my daughter wanted a tree in her bedroom, and her boyfriend helped to decorate it.
That's
It was
cute.
lovely.
That's cute.
And he was quite excited about it, you know, going along with whatever she wanted to do. And she chose pink baubles where you had to put your own ribbon on, and he said, never again.
Never again.
That was stressful.
It's
I
true.
quite like tying
I've done that in the
ribbon.
past. I've bought new baubles and you have to put the strings on. What's that all about? I ain't got time for that.
Absolutely not. Oh, I don't know. I love it all.
Do you? I'm sending mine to you then.
You send them to me and I'll
Good.
do it. I'll bring
Craig
them when we're
would
in the
do
green
it.
room.
Craig will do it.
So here we've got that poinsettia there at the top. What we're going to do for the next layer now. So I mentioned the fold line is really important. And I always tend to work on opposites. It makes it much easier for those layers. So what we're doing now is we're measuring about 1/2 inch. Now the measurements are in the pattern booklet if you want to work with the measurements, but for today I'm going to go by eye. And what we really want is when this folds down, we're really showcasing that poinsettia there. And the fold is slightly different for this one. So we're pinning in between, we're bringing the top left down as we did on the previous row and pinning into the center. And this time we just pin into the corner and stop there. So the next layer is much easier if you like. Again, into the center, making sure my seam's slightly out, so I am going to jiggle that. We want that seam line running straight all the way through the ball there.
Like you say, it's a matter of pulling a pin out. There's no unpicking.
No unpicking.
Thank you.
And it slides out and back in nice and easily if you need to shimmy that along. So I'll then go to the opposite side of the ball and repeat that. So again, same measurement, down to the bottom, through those layers, and we can start bringing these down in one step. So just pinching the top, pulling this in line, checking we're in position, and then pinning through those layers.
Lovely question here. This is good from Kaffe. Hi both of you. Loving my Sunday morning but got interrupted.
What happened?
Kaffe, what happened? Interrupting your lovely Sunday. Do pins come with the bauble kit, Kerrie?
They do.
Do we need to buy anything
Nope.
to go with it? No.
Absolutely everything's in there. The pins, your ribbon, the little sequins, your pre-cut fabric,
There's
and
10
your
left.
pattern.
There's 10 left. There's 52 in baskets. I'm just... Yeah? I'm on form this morning with my maths, Kerrie.
You're on form. I did tell you I'm not very good at counting this morning.
You're not? Oh, don't worry, you can rely on me.
I get sidetracked very easily, so I
Yeah.
can be counting and then I think to myself, oh, that's a nice bit of
Oh, a
fabric and I have to say again.
You're a bit like that.
Oh, I am very much like that.
I'm working hard. Ooh, a butterfly.
Oh, butterfly. This is why you see we bring so many kits, because I'm very, very bad at making a decision.
Oh no, it's
we'll
wonderful.
Have them all. We'll have them all.
And thank you as well, everybody who's been jumping on to pre-order and buying Kerrie's other kits that we haven't necessarily looked at. We have got some gorgeous things. We've got a kit for your beautiful wreath. This is stunning. Everything that Kerrie does comes out year after year, doesn't it? You know, in terms of like your house when you've got it. It's not going to date. It's sold out. Okay, fair enough. Oh no, it hasn't. The poinsettia bauble sold out. Okay, thank you for that. Beg your pardon. Everything else, jump on the web, but we've got the lovely
Shall I show you very quickly how easy? Because I know we're literally...
We're literally 60 seconds.
60 seconds
go on,
and we can go.
I can't say no to you.
You can't say no. So the wreath, if you're going for the wreath, I've shown this lots of time. We've got a little bit of one made up here. This is very, very simple. So for those of you that have asked today for a simple project, take your fabric, fold it over your little dotting tool at an angle, pinch this in and push it into your fabric.
Fabulous.
And you repeat that with all the fabric that comes in your kit.
Do I need to buy a dotting tool?
No, comes
it's
in
included.
your kit.
You're kidding me.
Included in your kit.
Absolutely brilliant. We'll have a proper look at that actually in your next hour, if that's all right.
That's okay. I haven't got to speedy through
now.
now.
No, like save a little back, Kerrie. Save a little back. You're just wonderful, Kerrie. You're
so
an absolute
lovely.
ray of sunshine. You are the loveliness in living in loveliness. Now, just to let you know, we've got 15 of the pattern for the gift wrap bag. If you didn't see this earlier on, oh my goodness me. For gift wrap, it's incredible. For your Christmas, birthday, etc. gift wrap. And I don't know about you, Kerrie, but I always go around the shops sniffing around after Christmas, buying up all the gift wrap
This is
for
why
the
I'm
following
most
year.
frustrated, because I would normally have it full from the
Absolute
bargains, and I haven't.
But the silly thing I do is then throw it up a corner and forget about it. So with this, perfect. But also, your interfacings, your bonder webs, maybe fabrics on a roll, maybe things like your calico if you buy lots of that, freezer paper, all sorts of things, your yarn stash. If you've got the pattern, if you've bought either of the red or the green kits or the pattern on its own, you can remake this and just take a bit off the height of the vinyl and you've got a whole nother story. That's a whole nother pattern. But you got that, you got that. If you want the instructions on their own, details are on screen. This is for the poinsettia patchwork bauble. We're there. No, that's the poinsettia bauble. We're ready for a break, aren't we? That's what it is. He's ready for a biscuit. There we go. $9.99 for the pattern for Living in Loveliness gift wrap bag pattern. Okay, let's quit while we're ahead. Kerrie, you're a star. I'll see you at 12 o'clock.
See you at 12.
Awesome. All right. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. It's wonderful having your company today. This hour is, now we haven't seen a Kaffe Fassett quilt on air for a few weeks, I think, and certainly not demoed. It's wonderful, Emma, to have you back. Emma Bradford's here with a beautiful Kaffe Fassett quilt.
Isn't it gorgeous? Yeah, it's really
stunning.
Yeah,
it's stunning.
Yeah.
And a good size as well, actually. This.
It is really nice. It is.
Throw, top in a single bed maybe, or throw across the bottom of a double.
Yeah.
But very, very nice as a wall hanging or a throw. This one's called Lavender Scent. And it's got that typical from Kaffe, why use one lavender, why use one purple, when all of the lavenders, all of the purples that go into blue, that go into pink, that go into red, will bring so much more vibrancy, life and joy into this project. Amazing price too, $149.99. That's a really keenly priced Kaffe Fassett quilt kit. Size wise is 130 centimeters by 160. If I could have somebody, I'm not that good at maths today, that I can work that out. 130 is 51 inches and 165, my tape measure is not long enough.
Oh no.
Just tell me 165 please. No, thank you. You're spoiling me. You're spoiling me. 130, 165. We'll get there, we'll get there. We'll tell you in a minute. 64, 51 by 64.
Oh,
okay,
nice.
Yeah, lovely throw size. Perfect. All right, so in your kit, you're getting everything you need to create the quilt top. Do I need binding?
It's included, so you do get some binding.
Fantastic.
Yep, you get the binding in there.
Let me get this quilt kit open and let's have a look inside.
It is gorgeous.
Get full instructions as well?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. It's a beautiful quilt. I love all the different elements to it. Emma, you're going to be showing us how to make some of the blocks?
Blocks, yes. So there's 4 blocks altogether. So definitely do the 2 and then the side ones, time allowing.
Easy. Right, okay, perfect. So you're getting your full instructions. What I always love about the kits from Kaffe Fassett is that every single fabric is referenced. Do we get all those different fabrics in the kit?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. If you're a Kaffe Fassett fabric collector and you just want access to, how many fabrics are there?
Oh, geez.
What have we got? 6 by 5, 30.
Yeah.
30 different Kaffe Fassett fabrics in this kit. I've never seen a Kaffe Fassett quilt kit on Sewing Street with 30 fabrics in it. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Go on. Oh, hang on. Look at the price. Look at the price. You bad boy. Nice one. Nice one. Is that a £10 saving? I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. That's terrific. So now it's $139.99. Terrific, thank you. Now then, that is even more keenly priced. And in that kit, you've got all of those fabrics bundled up. And what's great is you haven't got to buy a fat quarter of every fabric. You've got all the right size pieces, all bundled up in just a wonderful, delicious pile. Everything sorted. And in your pattern, every single one of these fabrics is labelled. Step one, label your fabrics.
Although it is really well laid out actually, because you've got a nice picture of each one with a letter underneath. So you could put the letters on just so it's easy, but it is a very good quick reference because it's very quick and easy to see which one is which.
Smashing. So don't even need to do that?
No.
All right, great. Well, look, there is the quilt kit. There are all the fabrics. 30 different Fassett fabrics in there. No plains, nothing's been put in to pad it out, or, you know, it's all Fassett fabrics. You've got your templates, you've got your full instructions as well. Nice, easy, straightforward quilt, but one that's going to perhaps just build a few skills.
Yes.
Gently as you go.
Yes, definitely. There's a couple of different techniques in here. So you've got your curves, and then you've got some strip sewing and cutting together.
That.
So yeah, so we'll go over all of that.
Emma, I'm going to hand straight over to you. Let's start.
Well, one of the things I really loved about this quilt is also, even though you've got all your instructions laid out and everything is labelled very well, you've still got an element of adding your own design and own taste to it as well, because you can mix and match the fabrics however you want to.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, so within a reason. So you've got certain ones that are going to be in the middle of the curved pieces, some that are going to be on the outside, and it's up to you how you mix and match those yourself.
So you can create a different look.
Yeah, so you can add your own little personal touch in there as well, which I like in a kit.
I like that.
Yeah, so you can have a little fun playing mix and match which ones will go together.
But equally, sometimes I like to know exactly what I'm getting
Yes.
and follow it to the letter.
Oh yes, absolutely. You can do that too.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those people not quite sure about which colours to put together, you can do it exactly as the picture.
Yeah, still gaining
as
your
well.
colour confidence.
Yeah.
But you gain a lot by making a quilt like this as well, because it takes, well, I think it takes all of us out of our comfort zone.
Yes.
Kaffe is beyond any of our comfort zones, I think.
Yes.
And so it's an experience, and
Yeah.
it's one that you learn something from.
Oh, definitely, definitely. So one of the first things you're going to do, there are, like I said, there are 4 blocks altogether. I'm going to show how to do this first one first. And this is the one with the curved piecing in it. And it looks a lot more complicated than it actually is. So I'm going to break it down. I'll show you that there. So you've got 4 squares with the curved piecing. So I'm going to show that bit first. And part of it is you're going to have, you're going to need to make templates. So you've got some templates that are in your kit, and you do need to make those out of a template plastic, or another thing you can do is actually cut out those templates and stick them onto some card, some cardstock, some cereal box cardboard.
Yeah,
even. It's
I
really
do
nice.
that.
Yep.
Freezer paper, and then you can iron them to your fabric.
Oh yes, if you do lots of them, yes. And then you've got 2 choices. So you can either use your templates to actually mark your fabric and then cut it out, or if you are super confident, you can just cut it out using the templates yourself, which is what I'm going to do. So I've already cut 3 from 1 square. So this is 1 square, and I've cut the other 3 because I've already sewn those up. But this is the last one. And they fit perfectly, so I'm just going to match this up in the corner.
Oh, so that's the square that comes in the kit?
Yes.
So use the 4 corners?
Yep.
Oh, superb.
Exactly, and you get a lovely piece of extra left over as well, which you don't use in the quilt. So you
just trim that perfectly square, and then that goes in the stash ready to use.
Yeah, or actually I would probably just leave this as is,
Just
because
as is.
you get some lovely shapes. I'll show you. There we go. Make sure, there we go.
Gorgeous.
So actually I'm
Easy as
thinking,
that.
seam that up,
Well, yeah.
applique,
Yeah,
so that
yeah,
you
yeah.
get that shape from your convex template, and then this shape left over, these are the leftovers from your convex, after I've cut all my convex shapes out of the corners. So even after you've made the quilt, you've got some good usable pieces of fabric.
I'm thinking I've now got 30 sizable Fassett scraps that I can create a quilt from. Do you know what?
Yeah.
We're feeling full of loveliness this Sunday. Watch the price. All those people that have already checked out, that's a little bonus for you, isn't it? An extra tenner back in your account.
Nice.
$129.99. That's it now. That's it. We're done. Ben's hanging up his keyboard. He's doing no more.
Okay. So these are almost a flattened version of a drunkard's path
Right.
block. So you've got your convex and concave.
They don't look like they're going to fit, Emma.
I know they don't, do they?
Doesn't look like it's going to fit.
No, it will.
Yeah?
It will.
This is the thing that often, that's the first thought though, isn't it? For a lot of people, when they try curve piecing for the first time, you cut the pieces out and think, well, how do I get that to fit that?
Yeah.
So show us how.
Okay, so the little trick that I do, you can pin a lot more than this, but at the minimum, this is what I would pin. So I'm going to take this piece and I'm going to fold it in half along the curved edge.
That's your concave.
Yeah.
Yep, well.
I'm going to do both of them, but I'm going to fold it in half and just press a little crease in the middle. And I'm going to do the same with this one, except I'm going to do it opposite. So my pattern's on the outside. There we go. Now I always lay them down first to sort of recreate my block, so I make sure they're all in the correct orientation. And then I'm going to flip this over here and I'm going to match up those creases in the middle and just put a pin there.
And I want to just point out the cleverness of Emma's technique there. Did you see where she folded one in half wrong side, one in half right side? So now you've got a hill and a valley that fit together rather than fighting each other.
Yep.
It's just a little thing, but it's genius.
Thank you.
Love it.
It's little things. I like to, those are little things I try to think of beforehand because I don't like to think while I'm sewing. So if I can do all my thinking ahead of time, then it just makes it easier for me.
What if something happens while you're sewing? You just like completely zoned out and it's like find someone else.
Yeah. So now the next step is I want to make sure, so you're going to sort of twist this around so that this straight edge is lined up with your straight edge on this corner. And this is where I think it can get people a little bit mixed up. Because you have to sort of manipulate it a little bit, and then I just pin sideways, 2 pins to keep that as straight as possible. And then the same over here. This is going to be my end piece. And you know it's serious because I am not usually a pinner.
Right.
So when I pin, it is serious.
Yeah. This is, you need to pin.
Yes. You
need to pin.
There we go. And then you can add more pins if you like, if you feel more comfortable, making sure that seam is all aligned or evenly all the way across. Then by all means pin to your little heart's content.
Yeah.
I'm going to put an extra one here. Where I do add an extra one is about 1/4 inch from this first one. So I'm going to start sewing here and sew across. So I put a little one, like I said, about 1/4 inch in, just where it starts to curve a little bit more, just to make sure that is all lined up. And then the trick is when you're sewing your seam is not to have any little tucks inside your seam, basically.
Got you.
So I would definitely, before I started sewing this quilt, put a brand new needle in. Use Orifil, do your seam allowance check, like we did earlier, just to make sure that everything is at a perfect 1/4 inch using these fabrics. So what you could do is once you've cut them out, if you've got some extra from one that you're not too fussed of, it's gorgeous.
I just thought I'd create a little block while you were doing that. Check this out. This is the offcuts. These are the bits that I've just decided to create a quilt. But you'd need to tidy it up a little bit. But I'm thinking a plique onto a background block. Sew all those together.
And do a little free motion applique. And actually, I think as using it as it comes out would give it a nice little modern artsy.
So it don't even keep the points, keep the blunt end, just embrace. That's awesome. You could even set that on point and add setting triangles. We're just talking about the bits that are left. Hello.
And that would be like a completely organic quilt. No two would be the same.
A 2 for 1. But in the meantime, you are doing the curve piecing.
Curved.
So this is, maybe you've never done curve piecing before, but this is gentle, easy.
It is gentle. It is definitely is, because it's a nice big long curve. Long, not so deep curves are the easiest to start on, if I'll say that. It just takes a little bit of preparation.
And Emma, when you sew your convex and your concave shapes together, which do you prefer to have on top?
I've got my convex on top.
So that's the
one that I'm easing in.
Right.
And the
one
reason
that seems bigger.
Yes. And the reason that I've got that one on top is because that's the one where if you're not careful when you're sewing your seam, you can sew little tucks into it. And I want to be able to see exactly what's going on as I'm sewing that one, because as I sew, this machine does it automatically, but as I sew, I want to make sure I've got the needle down function on. If you don't have a sewing machine that has a needle down function, when you stop, before you do anything, just put your little needle down. Because you'll see as I go along, I will be lifting up the presser foot just to check things and to realign and make sure everything is nice and smooth.
Understood.
I'm going to do. Oh,
Leslie's loving your nail colour, by the way. Goes perfectly with the Kaffe fabric.
Thank
Great
you.
demo.
Thank you very much. There we go. And I am very carefully sewing over the top. So when you pin, if you pin sideways, if you're very careful and you're very slow, you can leave those pins in place, but just be careful. If your needle hits it, then game over. Need a new needle.
I can't take the risk, Emma. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Live on the edge.
Yeah.
So I'm going very gently, very slowly. So this isn't one to rush.
And again, this is first time you do it. You'll be slower. You'll take more time. It may not be perfect the first time. Give yourself a break. You know, practice this. Use the templates. Cut a bit of fabric out from your stash. Just, you know, you're learning a new skill.
The other thing is, though, to be aware of with these curves, especially at the beginning, at the end of the curve, when it's a little bit trickier. When you put the block together, they're going to be hidden in the seam allowance. So don't beat yourself up too much and think, oh, that isn't going to be quite perfect. Because it will, to some degree, come out in the wash. So don't stress.
No.
We don't want stress.
We don't want stress. And a good press is absolutely marvellous.
Which reminds me, a little bit of best press as well on your Kaffe before you cut it and before you sew it. Will also help.
Great.
All those little bits. This is one of those where all the little tips and tricks that you've learned along the way, you want to throw the whole kitchen sink at it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. What a brilliant price as well. $129.99. We've done a little cheeky price drop for you there. Started at $149.99. So you saved £20 by buying this quilt kit today. And this is brand new to us here at Sewing Street, the Lavender Scent Quilt. It's about 51 inches by 63 inches, I think, if I remember rightly. A fantastic throw for a bed, a sofa, gorgeous wall hanging too. And you've got everything to make the quilt top and the binding in your kit. So you just need to add some backing fabric and thread.
Just like that.
Fab. Just like that.
Yes, I will need the press because I haven't pressed any of them yet. And some of them, when the fabric, if it creases over, that is a crease, it's not a tuck. Don't worry, because when you press it out, and when you press it, the seam will automatically want to go towards the convex side, which is fine.
That curved quarter, that quarter circle.
Exactly.
Lovely. Lovely. That is lovely. I love that combination of fabrics as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing that you can really have a fun play with before you even start doing anything, is just decide which of them you're going to combine together. Or if you prefer it the way it actually looks in the instructions already, just go with what they've done.
And I'm going to be an absolute wild card here
Okay.
now and say two things. One
Oh,
is
okay.
you could always dip into your stash of Kaffe if you had some blues, some
This is
pinks,
true.
some lilacs that you wanted to throw in there. Do a bit of substituting. Don't take any away.
Oh,
just
no.
add more.
Yeah.
The other thing might suggest is if the curved piecing is putting you off right now and you're thinking, I'd make that quilt if there wasn't the curved piecing, do half square triangles. You could substitute these units for half square triangles. The quilt would look very little different.
Exactly.
Very
Yeah.
little different.
Or
It's such a gentle curve, isn't it?
it is very gentle curve. The other way, if you're really put off by that, what you could actually do is, because you've got the other block, which is just squares, just do squares.
Yeah.
And then you'd actually have more squares left over if you made this size.
Yeah.
So you can, there's so many options.
So
many
long as
options.
the unit turns out the right size for
Yeah.
the pattern, play with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaffe won't come round and inspect and say that's supposed to be a curve.
No. Yeah.
You know?
It's your quilt.
Yeah, yeah.
And do exactly. It's your rules. Do exactly how you
Yeah.
want it.
It's absolutely right. It's
Yeah.
absolutely right.
So those are. Let's see. Those are going to be like this. And then we need that lovely stripes in the middle. And the way that those are achieved is you actually sew all your strips together and then you cut them down to size. So I've got the one, and I'll show you how to make more of those.
I like how you've fussy cut that spot.
Oh, that wasn't intentional.
Oh,
actually.
wasn't it?
No, that was lucky because that one hasn't come out. But yeah, you will have a bit of mixture of that. So I'm going to need to switch out my mat
You want a
to
regular?
a larger one, please.
Not a problem. Not a problem. I'll move the ironing down.
Fab.
There's
Thank
your
you.
cutting mat.
Thank
But I
you.
love that triple sashing there. That's
Yes.
it's such a simple
It
thing to do,
is.
isn't it? But it's so effective. It
adds,
creates.
yes, just another little aspect that you don't normally think about doing, but it just adds that, and it makes it look more complex as well
does.
than it actually is. So as before, so what I've done, I've got my fabric, all my yardage, because you get a nice amount of yardage of this. So I folded it in half. I've got my selvage edges matching at the top. I have actually cut from this already, so I'm not going to worry too much about lining it up because I've already pre-done that pretty much. Folding it in half. I'm just going to cut a strip off the edge.
That's lovely, isn't it? I love the Kaffe spots.
Yes.
And I suppose where sometimes we're looking for a coordinating fabric for, you know, something that's a bit lower key, there are two fabrics from Kaffe that stand out for me. One is the spots and the other one is the Aboriginal dots.
Oh,
Which you're
yes.
also using in that block.
Yeah.
Really beautiful. You've got some classics in here from Kaffe. Things like the peony flowers.
Oh yes.
Love that.
And they're nice big squares as well. Even where you've got the curve, you've got enough of a large piece of unit where you can actually get a really nice look at the fabric that you've used, like these oranges or one.
Yeah, it would be tragic, wouldn't it, to use Kaffe Fassett fabric and then cut it up so small you didn't see the pattern.
Yes. I mean, it's still going to be beautiful colour, but still, you do want a bit of that pattern. There we go.
Now, I just want to make I want to make an announcement.
Oh.
There are 12 kits left.
Wow.
There are 23 in basket. Why couldn't it be 24? And then that's a nice round number, isn't it? Anyway, 23 in baskets, 12 kits left. So it's going to sell out.
Yes, I
if
think
it's not
so.
in your basket yet and you want it, put it in your basket and check out. There is still time for you to get in on this fabulous quilt kit from Kaffe Fassett. It's called Lavender Scent. It is a beauty, and it's every lavender, the blues,
It's gorgeous.
the purples,
All the
pinks.
cools, yes. And I think even if you bought it and you didn't necessarily want to make this quilt,
Yeah.
it's such a beautiful collection of Kaffe fabrics
Yeah,
to
agreed.
add to your stash. And then also you get a really nice amount of the dots as well,
Mm-hmm.
and the border, which is this beautiful chrysanthemum.
Yeah, it is. It's stunning. Absolutely, distinctly Kaffe. And it's those things you'll learn, and it's not explicit. It's in the doing, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
With something like this.
Oh yes.
There isn't a page in the pattern that tells you all about how to lay your blocks out. You'll do it instinctively, and you'll learn about how to balance even if you just follow the picture on the front, that will teach you how to balance out. You'll then look down and see how it's been balanced out, but also play with that. Do your own thing too.
Oh yes, absolutely. Add your own stamp.
25 in baskets now.
Because I do think it's nice, especially when you buy a kit, that you've got a little bit of room to make it your own.
Yeah, you
So
definitely
even
do.
two people buy the same kit, the two quilts that end up can look completely different.
Yeah, even if you don't add your own fabrics. Roy's got in touch
Yep.
from Dorset. Morning,
Oh, hi,
Emma
Roy.
and Stuart. I'd like to
Morning.
thank Emma for introducing me to American hand piecing
Oh,
on
bless you,
Sewing
thank
Street.
you. I haven't done it for a while, but yes, I love.
I've made 2 quilts so far. That's from
Oh,
Kim.
well done, well done. Oh, that's fabulous. I'm going to be on holiday next week, and I will be taking some American piecing with me on the motorbike.
Will you?
Yeah, it doesn't take up any
Can I
room.
press that for you?
Oh yes, please.
I'll press that.
Doing it
'Cause-
open.
Well, okay, no worries. I want something from you.
Oh, okay.
While I do this, will you just tell me what is American hand piecing?
Oh, okay. So, deviating a little bit. So, rather than English paper piecing, so it's hand sewing, but instead of having papers that you put your fabric over,
Yep.
you actually use templates, very similar to this, template plastic, cereal box cardboard, and then what you'll do on the back of your fabric, you will actually draw a line around your templates.
Okay.
So you mark them all out. You make sure, because your line that you're marking is your sewing line. So you do have to make sure that you leave at least a ½ an inch between each one. Yeah, and then you sew them. It's a running stitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So you mark
along
your
the
seam
sew-
allowance or the edge of the...
You can mark the seam allowance. I tend not to, because what I'll do is I'll trim it up after I've sewn it.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, I'll have to talk
We
to
will.
Jess. We'll have to get a pattern, a new
Hand
pattern going.
piecing. Hand piecing.
Yes.
Relaxing, isn't it?
I love hand. It's so portable. I mean, like I said, I actually, where did we go? We went somewhere on the train. Oh, went to Durham. And yeah, I took it with me. Did it on the
Lovely.
train.
I think we all tend to, because English paper piecing has had such a resurgence in popularity, especially for people who've taken up sewing more recently.
Oh, yes.
You don't necessarily know that there's another way of piecing patchwork that doesn't involve
Hand sewing, yep.
paper inside and tacking and
Yep.
So that would be cool. Certainly working for Kim right now. 2 quilts made. All
Yeah,
by
well
hand.
done. And it's one of those, like I said, you've got some quilts that are quick, some that are very slow, and it is so rewarding to do them by hand. My first one was done all by hand.
Was it?
Hand quilted, hand pieced.
Amazing.
Yeah, I didn't have a sewing machine at the time,
Fair
so
enough, yeah.
I had to.
Fair enough. Well, I hand quilted my first ever quilt
Oh,
because
yes.
I just looked, and it wasn't actually that big. It was about single bed size. But I looked at it and I thought, well, you couldn't possibly sew that on a sewing machine. Quilt that on
Oh,
a sewing
yes.
machine. So I thought, well, yeah, I'll hand quilt it then. It's a running stitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it was a bit rough and ready.
But that's the charm.
But,
Yeah, I love it. And it's your first one, so it's completely, yeah. There's no quilting police at my house.
I think hand sewing is a bit like, you know, when you don't have the headspace to watch a film you've never seen before, or you're too tired to watch a film, so you put a film you've watched 100 times.
Oh, yeah.
I think hand sewing's a bit like that. It's like picking up an old friend, and you go back into conversation. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to think about it.
Exactly. I also like it for when you do go like to quilt groups or for social sewing. I like a handwork, because you don't have that machine between you and the next person. You actually, you can just have a nice chat, have a lovely day, very relaxing.
Gorgeous.
I love it. Right, so what we then do, I'm going to recreate my block again. You can see it starting to emerge. So I don't have quite enough, but we'll have to imagine. So there we go. I'm going to have one of those in between each one, and then this square in the middle. Obviously you'd have another one here, and then you sew those together like we talked about rows earlier with the quilt. So each of those in rows as well. So what have we got for time? Oh, okay, we're good, I think.
So this one, it becomes as simple as sewing a 9 patch together.
Exactly.
You've got 9 pieces of fabric, you're sewing them together.
It's exactly that.
7 of these kits left. Isn't it going to be fun getting this home? First of all, I'm going to sit there for about an hour and a half looking through 30 different fabrics.
Yes, that was the fun part. And then deciding which you're going to put with which.
So would you almost sort of put them together into like little block kits?
Yes, that's exactly what I do. So I would go through, and it does tell you which numbers are going to be convex, which ones are going to be concave. And then I would go pick all those out, put them in 2 piles, and then start matching them up.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah. And what I try to do, and it's completely like personal choice or preference, but I try to have a contrasting. So either a contrasting pattern or a contrasting colour.
Right, yeah.
So you can really see that curve, so it stands out.
Yeah,
But you
I
might,
see that.
Yeah, you might want to do the opposite. You might want to have 2 similar values together, so that all looks the same, and then have one, this is look like this one's a little bit more, but then you've got the contrast of the pattern. So you can have a long, nice play with your fabric before you even start to cut it.
Yeah. And I always say as well, if there's one fabric in a kit that you're not so keen on, substitute.
Substitute it, or do what my dad used to get me to eat my greens with. Eat it with something nice. So put it with a fabric that you really love.
I like that. I like that. Your dad had the smarts. Yeah.
He did.
I like that. I like that.
And then this one goes onto here.
All I can think about now is cauliflower cheese.
Oh my God, my mum makes
with
the best.
crispy bacon sprinkled over the top, little pieces, lardons, crisped
Oh, that
up.
sounds nice. My mum, her staple dish is cauliflower cheese with roast potatoes and a gammon joint. And weirdly, I don't know.
What time do you want me?
Well, it's Mikey, my husband Mikey's favourite dish that she makes. And he often gets it for his birthday.
Does he?
Yeah.
Yummy.
But weirdly, I don't know how it came about, but ever since I've been a kid, I like to have my cauliflower cheese with tomato chutney.
Ooh, interesting idea for a bit of piquancy, and also to cut through the richness of the cheese.
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing later?
Yeah.
Yum. Ben, our producer's appalled. It's actually called security. I'm joking. It's tomato chutney, Ben. Try it before you criticise.
Yes.
Come on.
It's delicious.
I don't know. No, I'm having casserole with dumplings when I get home.
Oh, yum.
Round of applause for that. Yeah.
Oh, I guess
Charlie said to me, do you want a roast dinner? You'll want a roast dinner, won't you? I said, do you know what I'd really like? It's that time of year, isn't it?
Oh,
Charlie's doing it. It's ready when I get home.
I just bought a slow cooker, which I've had one before, but I haven't had one for a very long time. I made slow cooker stew last week. So good. Oh, actually kind of slow cooker boeuf bourguignon.
Oh, boeuf bourguignon, gorgeous.
Yeah. So then you sew that one onto that one. I'm going to skip ahead because I want to get to the next one as well.
Sure.
And that is your curved piece block. And so
Done.
you have 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12 of those altogether.
Yeah. So that's one set of blocks done and dusted.
Yeah.
And actually it's kind of coasting from here, isn't it?
Oh yes, so the next one, that was the hardest one. Next one is literally same 4-patch, same principle, but with squares.
Emma, just I want to ask you a quick question. Obviously, I understand you've shown us that block because that's the most complex. That's the one that we absolutely needed the time for demonstrating. If you're making this at home, what would be your recommendation for the order of piecing for our home sewers? Do we start with the hardest block or build up?
I say it's totally personal preference. So the hardest block actually comes first in the instructions. So they do have you tackle that one first, but you know what? If you're a bit daunted by that and you're thinking, actually, I just want to get stuck in and start sewing with Kaffe, especially if you haven't sewn with Kaffe before, because it is a little bit lighter, do this block first, which is the easier one. Well, I'll say the easier one, but yeah, it is kind of the easier one.
It's like a gift wrapped present, isn't it?
It is, yes. So I've got one already sort of partially made.
4 of these kits left now. Oh my goodness me. Okay, 29 of the kits are in baskets and there are 4 kits left. So
let's see this way. I've tried, you don't have to do this, but I've tried to, when I've cut the 4 squares out of the fabric, tried to keep them in order. So that's how the actual square.
Piece them back together again.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the same thing. So I'd have this piece of sashing in between these two. And then this is this lovely dot. There we go. Like that. And this one, I love this fabric. It's like the glass, Venetian glass.
Yes.
The paperweights.
Millefiori,
Yes,
did they call that?
that's the one.
Hi, Stuart and Emma. My nephew is taking me for a carvery for my birthday, Veronica. Happy birthday. I too love cauliflower cheese and stew and dumplings.
Yum.
Yes. I'm getting a little bit sort of jiggly and excited now. I'm starting to think
Thinking about it.
Oh, a brilliant one. A presenter-led hour, a brilliant presenter-led hour. Oh my goodness me, my own show, stew and dumplings.
I'm the dumpling. I love it.
What's he like? You didn't think that through at all, Ben, at all.
I don't mind being the dumpling.
Yeah, my little dumpling. Oh, do you remember that song? Hey, fatty bum bum, sweet sugar dumpling. I used to love that when I was a child. My dad used to sing it. Love it, love it. Oh.
I'm just doing a bit of chain piecing.
Gorgeous.
There we go.
This is key quilt making season 2, isn't it, Emma?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Do you find you do a lot more sewing, a lot more projects in the autumn?
I'm year round, but I have to admit, the autumn, for some reason, September kicks in, I get an itch to knit something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have you started something?
I haven't.
What have you,
I haven't. I'm thinking about taking some crochet and some wool on holiday with me, as well as the hand piecing.
What about socks?
Oh, that's a good idea. I've never done socks.
You're kidding me. Listen,
I
give me your address after the show. I will send you a ball of my brand new sock yarn. It's called Walking in Nature. And it launches like any day. We'll have it on Sewing Street, of course we will, on Yarn Lane. But I will send you a ball, Walking in Nature, and you can make yourself a pair of socks.
Socks, that'd be amazing. Yeah. I have wanted to. I do love knitted socks.
Oh,
woolly socks.
I'm sending you down a rabbit hole, Emma, because once you've maiden worn hand knitted socks, you'll never want anything else. Yeah. And nice in your boots as well when you're on the bike. Yeah.
Nice.
Really good. 2 of the kits left. 2 kits left. And how many people competing? 34 of you. Okay. Okay,
Check
now
out.
you can just check out. You can jump in right now. If it's not in your basket, you can jump in, grab one and check out, and that will be yours. There's one left now.
Wow.
One left. We'll do a countdown. 10, 9, 8. It's not really our style, Ben. It's not really our style.
Nah.
3, 2. It's still one left. Yeah, you were wrong, Ben. That was really badly judged. Emma, I'm so sorry for that.
Oh, it's okay. No
How are you
worries.
getting on?
I'm good. So that is my block. Well, obviously you sew those two bits together. And I did have to, when I was picking out this fabric, I did have to chuckle. It looks a little bit like COVID's, which I really loved. It's the
I wouldn't have
biologist
seen
in
that,
me.
but yeah, very good. Absolutely. Good.
Yep.
Love that. We'll never look at that fabric in the same way again.
It's COVID's. And then, so you've got some cutting that requires quarter square triangles.
Okay.
Which is where you cut them. So cut a square and then cut them 2 ways.
Yeah.
Which I'm actually going to use I'm going to be safe.
Awesome.
Cutting
Good.
my Kaffe and use the rotary. There we go. And then without even, that's what I love about these mats, without even moving anything, you can just do the other way. Perfect.
Oh, it's my John Scott moment.
Oh,
Sold out! Sold out!
nice.
He loves it when I do that. I'm back. We're going to keep demoing, of course,
Oh, yes.
as well. But we're just going to pop up graphics for my current absolute favourite thing, which is the Native Lighting 3-in-1 lamp. We'll just leave that
Oh,
in the
that's
corner
nice.
there. Awesome. This time of year, more than ever, I need task lighting. This is amazing. Check it out on the website. There are only 6 left, by the way, if you're thinking about it. So you did that big quarter square triangle.
Yes.
Now you're doing a small version.
I'm doing smaller versions because these are the bits that go in the middle.
Okay. Are we making these corner setting triangles now?
Yes. So then you've got
Perfect.
the side ones, which require a square and 2 triangles, and then a triangle in the middle, and then the corner one.
Awesome. I remembered you saying there were 4 blocks.
Yep.
Now I see them.
Yep. Those are the little ones. I have to remember those are the little ones. I'm just going to do this one because that's going to be on the side triangle block unit.
And I love an on-point setting.
Yes.
It always makes a quilt look more interesting, more dynamic.
We Festival of Quilts, there was one that was bear paw on
yeah.
point, which I never think of putting bear paw on point.
No.
But it was so effective. It was really nice.
It almost takes a sort of autumn leaf or a
Yes.
leaf when it's on point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It changes the look. I think as well, and this is sometimes possibly off-putting for people until you do it and then you realise they're just square blocks. They look harder to
They
make
do, but they're
on
just
point quilts.
It's just
How you sew them together.
yeah.
Well, I suppose the setting triangles, but that's all in the kit. It's all in the pattern.
It's all in there, and all of the edging is this lovely Kaffe. It actually has Kaffe written all in it.
Yeah,
The
that's
Kaffe
fun,
fabric.
isn't it?
Yep.
You can just about see it there. In the, you see?
Perfect.
Although my absolute favourite story about Kaffe's name, and people,
Oh.
of course, people so often get the name wrong or,
Yes.
or call him something different. I was at an evening with Kaffe, and Brandon, his husband, did a bit of an introduction, and he said, you know, many, many years ago, Kaffe was on Radio 4 being interviewed about his latest knitting book, and they did the news beforehand, and then they said at the end of it, and now coming up in the next hour, we've got Yasser Arafat talking about his latest knitting book. Yasser Arafat.
Oh wow.
Isn't that awesome? I just love it.
That's quite a departure.
Yeah, it really is. To my knowledge, I don't think Yasser Arafat knitted, but you never know.
You never know.
You never
You
know.
never know.
Now that we have sort of World Knitting in Public Day, it would be obvious, but...
Well, my dad and my brother both always knitted. So my mum taught me how to knit when I was about 5, which was my first thing I started doing. But in my family, my brother Simon knitted, my dad knitted. We
boys
all
knitted.
Although they didn't do it extensively.
Yeah,
they knew how to do it.
Fab. Collector in Merseyside's got in touch to say, can I see the borders on the quilt, please? I think I got the last kit. Well done, you.
Yes,
Congrats.
it's beautiful fabric. I love this chrysanthemum. And all the edging, which is also kind of part of the border, is this beautiful blue Kaffe, because it's in every single side block. It frames the whole quilt as well.
It really does. It really does. We'll do a nice little close-up for you as well, Kate, just so you can see that border fabric. It is stunning. I love that you've got the spots on either side because it frames that border fabric. Absolutely yummy. Well done, everyone, if you got your Fassett quilt kit. Absolute great fun winging its way to you.
Yeah.
Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy.
Yeah, it's just a nice little box of delights.
Yeah.
I'm just going to continue.
Yes, please. So rectangle to square this time.
Yes. Now the only part that you will need to be careful, obviously, is your border, attaching your border onto the edge, because this is going to be a bias edge and a straight edge.
Okay.
So for the sides, I definitely recommend pinning. And also when I put it through the machine, I would actually put the border strip underneath with the bias on top.
On top, yeah.
Yeah. So
is this a quarter square triangle here?
Yes.
So that's a straight of grain, isn't it? The outer.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I mean, great advice as well about the strip.
Yeah.
But yeah, because it's quarter square, you won't have to.
Don't have to worry about it. Of course not.
But,
makes it even easier.
But it's still really important to get a good job on the, good finish on those borders, isn't it? When you add a border to a quilt, Emma, can I ask you?
Yeah.
What's your method?
So I usually do the opposite to what I just said. But so I don't measure my borders, which I should, I know, but I'm naughty and I like to do things quick.
Okay.
But correctly.
Yeah.
So what I will do is I will actually lay down the border strip on top of my quilt top, and then literally pin, because I never pin, but I do pin that, maybe about, 3 or 4 inches apart. So quite regularly all the way across, so that your border strip isn't stretched. The other tip is, if you cut your border strips the length of the fabric rather than the width, that also reduces some of the...
That's a really good tip.
Yeah.
Lengthwise grain.
Yeah, because the width of fabric is a lot stretchier than it is lengthways. So that also reduces. Because what happens if your border strip is stretched and it's a little bit longer than your quilt top, that's how you end up with those wavy edges.
Wavy edges, which we want to avoid.
Yes.
Because we might be using this as a wall hanging. It's a great size for one.
Well, wavy edges are a nightmare when it comes to quilting your
especially
quilt.
if you have it long-armed. Yeah.
Well, there's some tips and tricks, but yeah, it's not ideal.
It's not ideal.
I will have
you want
to
it
admit.
just to be flat, don't you?
Yes.
Do you long arm for other people?
I do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
so
got...
you experience all kinds of different borders and... Yeah.
Yeah. But they are... it's amazing to see all the beautiful different quilts. And also the fun part that I really love is because sometimes, but not very often, I do get customers who know exactly what pattern they want and what thread colour, and I love that as well. But I get a lot that say, I'm not quite sure about the pattern or the thread colour, and then I can really go to town. And because it sounds probably a bit weird, but I do feel a little bit like the quilt whisperer sometimes, because when I've got the quilt on the frame, it's like it tells you what pattern it really ought to have.
Yes.
Which sounds strange, but
quilting can completely alter a quilt, can't it?
Yeah.
And bring it to life. It can make sense of it.
Yes, it just brings it all together. And I'm a big fan of, I don't use a lot of, I never use white.
Oh, really?
Very little cream.
Right.
I do have a lot of sort of very delicate pastel shades.
Nice.
Of different colours, because you'd be surprised how stark white or cream is against a lot of different colours.
Yeah.
But if you just have a very pale blue or a very pale pink or yellow or apricot or multitudes of different greys, they just sort of blend with lots of different backgrounds.
So you know what I'm going to ask you now, Emma?
Yeah.
For everyone at home,
how would
if
I
you're
do
going
this
to
one?
quilt that, what thread colour would you use? Not grey, because grey would work beautifully, but not grey.
Not grey.
What colour would you use?
I would probably use either, because this has got quite a dark pink on it, so either something similar to that, or a lavender, or a purple, but something in that cool shade, basically, or even a pale blue, and it would definitely be swirls.
Definitely
Lots of swirls.
That's very geometric.
It's very geometric, so I'd have something with lots of swirly movement in it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Emma, are you okay if we finish there?
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you so much for that last bit
you.
of advice. I try and ask if I can when we have somebody who's an expert on quilting for a little bit of quilting tips there, and that was awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Absolutely amazing.
Thanks.
Loved spending the morning with you.
It's been beautiful.
See you again soon. When are you back in?
Don't quote me, but I think it's the 15th of October.
Somewhere around the middle of
Around
October.
about there, yeah.
I'll check the schedule. Brilliant.
Cheers.
All right, and have a wonderful time away next week.
Thank you.
I know you're off to France.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Well done if you managed to get your Fassett quilt kit, Lavender scent. We're going to go to a little break. When we come back, Kerrie from Living in Loveliness is here for a final hour. Bit of a mixture of some projects and also a little bit of Christmas as well. So stick around. We'll see you in 3 minutes.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. How are you doing? We've had such a fun, lovely morning, and don't go anywhere. The fun hasn't finished yet. Kerrie, you're back.
We're back. I've had a lovely hour. Nice,
you?
relaxing hour in the green room.
Did you relax?
I did, yeah.
Excellent. Did you have a little bit or?
I didn't have a biscuit bread, a nice cup of tea.
Good for you. Excellent.
I needed a cup of tea.
You did after that last busy hour. My goodness me, and you showed us so much. In this hour, we've got a bit of a tour de force. That is Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, and some beautiful projects. Bit of a mixture. We've got some Christmas, but we're going to start with one of your most popular patterns and kits. This is the sunglasses case. We're going to put the details on screen for that. Now, this is a lovely design for keeping your sunglasses safe. Beautiful fabrics as well. We get all of these fabrics in the kit, don't we? For £12.99. So, brill pattern, really lovely, isn't it? Really nice. Are those Liberty fabrics?
They're not, but they do look very
they
Liberty.
do. They have
don't
a very
But
lovely
they're
Liberty
not this
look.
time, and we normally bring Liberty, but they are very special.
And also, look here, we've got a little tab, so we could put either a magnetic clasp or a button, or you could put a plastic snap fastener there, or even a little
Velour dot.
Yeah, little velour dot. Yeah, that would work too. So all sorts you could do there. I like the fact as well, we've got this little surface here to tuck into. So actually, you could adapt this and use it for your mobile phone. You could use it for keeping scissors and other bits and bobs in as well. For $12.99. In your kit, you're getting all of your fabrics to create the sunglasses case. You're also getting your quilt batting plus full pattern. Really nice little project that for $12.99. I usually don't even get a chance to talk about this because it sells out before I do. Now, if you want the pattern on its own only, you can also get that. We'll put details on screen for the Living in Loveliness sunglasses case pattern. It's $6.99. Lovely little afternoon make. Kerrie, what's your angel policy?
I'm happy for you to use them, just not mass produce them.
Okay, fine. So long as you're not the owner of a factory thinking, okay, I could make those for Chanel, we're all right. We can make them sell.
Definitely let them know it was me that designed them if that's the case.
For sure. For charity, for profit, that's the angel policy. You can make and sell. Wonderful. So that's the sunglasses case. Now, next up, we've got the, this is passport clutch. Yes, let me grab the kit. Passport clutch. Love this project. It's this one right here, isn't it, Kerrie?
Yes, that's right.
That's the finished sample. So really, really fab, nicely styled. I love the shape. If I just pop that open so you can see the shape of the flap, that is really, really nice. Got a magnetic fastener there. And then the whole thing opens out and turns into this really useful. We've got a pocket here for your passport. You've also got another little pocket here for your maybe credit card or a travel card, something like that. It's a travel warrant then. I was thinking about my dad. You've got space for a pen. You've also got another pocket here. So this might be for your traveller's checks.
For me, it was a little notebook for a to-do list, but yours sounds far more exciting.
Traveller's checks. Who uses them anymore? To-do list, yeah. You're a mum, aren't you?
A little book, yeah. Wouldn't do without it.
Everything can go in there. So this might be your passport clutch. This might be your travel documents, but equally, well, this might be your little organiser that you throw in your bag everywhere you go. It might be your notepad and pencil for when you're out and you feel inspired, drawing down ideas. Yeah? When you little quilty ideas, making ideas. If you've got a little sketchbook, you could pop that in there too. Now then, in your kit, we're getting all our fabric for our outer and our lining. We're getting our magnetic snap fastener. We're also getting some fusible, is it fusible foam?
This one isn't fusible, this is the in-R form.
Yep, in-R form from Bosel in there as well to give your clutch structure and protect the contents, plus your full pattern as well from Living in Loveliness. Can't believe the price, $14.99. Just add thread. Literally just add thread.
That's it. And then you're ready for booking a holiday, or?
Oh, more than ready, Kerrie, more than ready. You could also get the pattern on its own if you've got those kind of notions at home. Bosel in our form, magnetic snaps, fabric. The pattern itself is $6.99. Your pattern's a great value, Kerrie.
Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic value. There's a fabulous project there, and everything of yours, I think I'd make that so many times.
Yeah.
Really, really worth buying the pattern, even if you're not going for the kit. It's great, really lovely. All right. Now then, one more thing. Denver washback. Love this. Love, love, love this. Have we got the kit for the Navy? Have we got this?
We have, yes.
Oh, now this is smashing. Normally start with something florally, but I really like the fact that this is a smart combo of navy and brown. I think that's very smart. I think it's very gender neutral, even a shade masculine. Love that. so smart as well, isn't it? This is a different kind of wash bag.
Like a little briefcase, isn't it?
It is like a little attaché. It's like, goodness me, I'd walk into a meeting with that. Ready for my meeting, everybody? It's going to open up my...
Pin back your ears.
Whop it out. There it is. Look at that. So you've got then your wash bag that opens out. Now within that you have got a Velcro concertina vinyl pocket with Velcro. Do I get all these bits and pieces in my kit?
Everything is
oh
in
my
there
goodness
for this
me.
kit.
See, it's just, to me, all right, if I'm going to make loads, yeah, I'll go out and I'll get the... But if I'm going to make one of these, I really want the kits.
Yes.
I really want everything included. All the vinyl, you've got a zip. Do I even get the zip?
Everything's in there. So
That's
you've got your
awesome.
lobster clasp, your D-ring, your zips, your vinyl, the hook and loop. You've got your exterior and interior fabric. So that little pocket there is for your toothbrush.
Toothbrush. Really like that. And then the whole thing just folds up. It's so cleverly thought out. I just think it's so smart.
Thank you.
Really cute, really cute. And we've got the full kit to make this version. Exact same fabrics.
The same fabrics.
Exactly the same fabrics. Fab. For $29.99.
Well, we make a lot of things for the women in our life. You know, it's really easy. It's very easy to go to the florals and make, you know, really in-depth projects, or to make something simple. But it's nice to have something for the men in our life as well.
Totally
or like
agree.
you say, gender neutral. But Greg helped me put this kit together when we originally bought this, along with the browns and things. So it was really nice to have a different idea to work with. But of course we needed a floral option as well.
Oh, absolutely. And this is really pretty. So here's your floral. Nicely quilted as well. There's some lovely diamond cross hatching on there. Looks really smart with the binding too. It's a bit different, isn't it? And do you know what, Kerrie? I'd make that as well for things like art materials, a sewing kit. It's very adaptable as well, isn't it? So you've got that big concertina pocket in the bottom. Now, I've not seen this before. I think this is a really smart idea. The fact that rather than just a flat pocket, which you can get very minimal amounts into, look at the depth on that bottom pocket. So if you want to take bottles of shampoo
or your deodorants, it's great for your little projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
You fit quite a lot in there as well, really. You know,
you just wear an awful lot of makeup like me.
I do wear an awful lot of makeup.
Me too.
And it's great for your palettes of makeup. I love palettes of eyeshadows. So, you know, sometimes with a makeup bag, if you were using this as your makeup bag, you know, it's nice to actually have somewhere that you can put those large palettes in, because
it is cavernous.
Very much so.
Look.
And then your toothbrush holder, of course, you know, that can be where your brushes are going into as an alternative.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And presumably if you wanted to, you could put an extra one on there maybe.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
You'd have a little bit of fabric. You've got your vinyl pocket there as well, and also your toothbrush holder at the top. It's a really lovely bag, that. Very, very nice. And if you want that kit, details are on screen. Now
this
then,
kit as well, just to mention, this does have a full pre-recorded tutorial.
Oh, so brilliant. This is one of the new ones.
This is one of the new ones. This is slightly different to the last one that you saw. The QR code, originally we started putting the QR code on the welcome letter. And then we got some feedback. People had lost the welcome letter, so then we've changed it. So this one, just be mindful of that. That is actually on the welcome letter rather than in the booklet.
Perfect. Pattern on its own, I will give you the details. Make that many, many times. Beautiful. $9.99 for this. There's a lot of different steps in there.
Lots of steps. Like you've got your zip installation, your hook and your loop for your lobster clasp, your handles, and again working with the vinyl. And I decided for this particular project it'd be nice to have the vinyl as the back of the bag, so if anything's spilt in there. And I think when we showed it on air last time, something had spilt in there. You know, it's easy to wipe it down as well. So
That's
it's a
really
great
clever
product to work with, the vinyl is. For
yeah,
this
yeah.
sort
Oh, it
of
really
project.
is. And it's easy to sew with. If you've never sewn with vinyl before, give it a whirl. All right, there's your pattern for your Denver wash bag. Love the name as well, Denver.
Do you know, most of my patterns, so my original patterns were named after my nieces and nephews, and then I started the ladies who came to the classes, and now I message my sister. She could always come up with great names, so it was my sister who chose Denver. It's a lovely
Really
name.
smart. It's fab. Do you want to do vinyl or? Yeah, I just mentioned vinyl. Clear vinyl sold out. I personally am a lover of the sparkle, the glitter vinyl. Because you can still see through it really well, but it has the added dimension of glitter, kind of multicoloured Aurora Borealis glitter. How gorgeous is that? You're getting
It's
a
a
half
lovely way
metre
to
piece.
explain that. It really is.
Flowery. I've always got words. Always got. Never without a word. $2.99 for a half metre. Absolutely brilliant. It's not worth not having, is it?
No.
Kerrie, over to you.
So I thought today we'll have a look at the passport clutch. We've bought this along before, and I think it sold out before we had chance to have a little nosy. So if you have already got this, it's a nice project to make. What we did with this is one of the projects that featured originally in our Fast Fat Quarter Fun sewing series. And some of the feedback that we got from people with the patterns was that they wanted where you double hem, especially if your sides have got different widths on there or lengths on there. So this one is super easy to work with. You've got, as long as you leave the templates onto your fabrics, it's showing your pattern direction, but again where you're double hemming. So what I've done is cut out all of the fabrics to begin with, and what I'm going to do is to just simply follow the template guidance and just add those double hems onto the little pieces. And this is a lovely project actually for scrappy pieces of fabric. You can see all of the pieces here, they're just little bits of fabric if you like, so a nice remnant project as well. So all I'm doing is just following the templates, and just for ease, did I just break the iron?
No, that was
broken the iron.
it was one of the buttons. Did you see where it went?
I can see.
I
just
got
by
it.
the
Yeah,
pedal.
they just clip on.
It wouldn't be like me to break something.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
Oh, I'm very, very well known for breaking things.
There we go,
Unfortunately,
it's
I'm
back
very, very clumsy.
Oh, me too. I'm like a bull in a china shop. Yeah.
I'm terrible, really. My mum always gives me a plastic glass now when we go around.
Oh dear, that's quite judgmental, isn't it? Everyone else has
It's
got.
how she saves the glassware, though.
Everyone else has got like a beautiful, crystal flute of bubbly,
Yeah.
and you've got a plastic
And I've got a plastic
cup.
one, but I feel safe with that. So
Have you got like one of those anyway up cups?
I
Two
should
handles.
have. I could definitely do with one.
Oh.
There we go. So I'm just following the contour, the steps on the pattern, just to put these hems on.
That's a good idea as well, where you like turn the hem and then pin it back to the pattern piece.
Just to keep them together, because it's quite easy when there's lots of small little pieces to get them confused.
Yeah, yeah.
And this project's really been designed, a nice, fun, fast project. So if you've had a restless night and you've booked a holiday and you need it ready for the next day, you can sew it up quite quickly.
You can still do that. No pressure, no pressure.
While we're there, then we have the bank card and pocket binding there. So we'll just turn that wrong side, and this time for the binding, we're going to fold that one in half. Wouldn't it be lovely if that was the case? You booked a holiday, you just got to rustle something up, pack a bag and off you go.
Oh yeah.
I'm not that spontaneous. It sounds wonderful, but I'm not that spontaneous.
I can do it in this country, but I remember when I was at school, one of my teachers had a rough week, and so her husband picked her up from school on Friday, took her straight to the airport, thrown a bag in the back, took her to Istanbul for the weekend.
Oh,
and we just thought that, because we were all country children who, occasionally went to Cheltenham, so this teacher who'd just gone to Istanbul for the weekend, we thought she was the most exotic thing ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she have a good time?
Oh, she did. She did. She came back all fresh and
ready to take on a
we
class full
probably
of children.
broke her again by Monday break time. Yeah,
You do realise you were part of the reason that she needed that holiday during the class.
What are you suggesting, Kerrie, from Living in Loveliness? A message. Hi, loving today's programmes. Great crew. They are a great crew. Presenter and guest. Thank you. Just a query. Is there a pattern for the 9-patch quilt behind you? Margaret from East Yorkshire. Margaret? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There's actually a kit. Well, there's a kit. Yeah, it's a kit. I think it's a fabulous kit as well because it would make a great table topper, alternative Christmas tree skirt. It would be a great little quilt to throw over the back of a chair as well. It's $39.99. You get all the fabrics for the top plus full instructions for that price, and we measured it and it's about 43 inches square. Hope that helps.
So did it inspire you to visit Istanbul?
Well, I was only a child. I think I was like 12 or 13 at the time, but I've never forgotten the spontaneity of that.
How lovely.
You know, what's the most spontaneous thing you've ever done?
Oh gosh, now you're catching me off guard. I don't know. I'd like to think I'm spontaneous, but I'm quite realistic with my everything else I have to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to think about that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
How about yourself?
The most spontaneous thing I've ever done. I think once.
I have one.
Oh, go on, you tell me.
No, you tell your story
Well, I think
first.
once I had baked beans on toast and I put cheese on it. I know.
Imagine being that adventurous.
Yeah, that's spontaneous.
I am so impressed with you.
Isn't it? And I think there might have been Marmite on the toast before the beans went on. What's your most spontaneous?
A little bit more exciting than it.
What are you suggesting? Dare you? Go on then. What is it?
So when Craig had proposed to me,
I knew it was going to be about your wedding.
I was very, very adamant I wasn't going to get married. I wanted to do my career. I was training as a teacher. But I'm also I think things happen for a reason and that sort of thing. So as I was putting my dates in my diary, he'd proposed to me and I was putting dates in my diary and we met on the 19th of February. And I always said, when the 19th of February falls on a Saturday, the year after you propose, whenever it is, that's the year we have to get married. Okay. So as I was putting the dates in the diary, in my new diary when it came in December, I realised 5 weeks later, the 19th of February fell on the Saturday. I booked our wedding, sold my flat, and moved to Northern Ireland with Craig in 5 weeks.
Whoa.
So yeah, I suppose I
That's
have been
the most spontaneous. I still say cheese on baked beans on toast.
Well, I might try that this afternoon.
It's
see if it
yummy.
gives me the same excitement.
You'll never forget it. That is spontaneous. Wow.
Well, it was fun. It was a shock to Craig because I phoned and said we're getting married in 5 weeks.
You know, you said shall we? Well, we definitely are.
Well, we definitely are now.
Yeah. Oh, good for you. Good for you. But how long have you been together?
22 years.
Amazing. There you go. When it's right, it's right.
When it's right. It was the date, you see.
This is what it's all about. But also as well, you know, I mean, I hear sometimes friends of mine have got married and they've spent 2 years planning it. And I think it's too long. You'd be absolutely, how could you not be overcome with the stress of it all?
I'm a bit like, if we say I'm going to do something, I'm doing it.
Let's just do it.
Let's do it now.
Yeah.
Let's do it now.
I think Charlie and ours, we got married about 6 or 7 weeks after he asked me, and that was purely because being a Yorkshireman, he thought, how can I make this like 2 for 1? We had booked a fabulous old rectory in Richmond, North Yorkshire, for a long weekend with about 15 friends. Got indoor swimming pool, beautiful place, absolutely gorgeous. And Charlie said to me about 6 weeks before we were going, we just had breakfast. He said, you know, when we go to Richmond with friends, why don't we get married a day or 2 before?
Anyway.
Because the dates are already set and we've already got the honeymoon bought and paid for.
Yeah,
and I was like, yes, let's do that.
That's lovely though.
So, you know, it was stress-free.
Because
there was no time to get stressed.
Exactly, and that's exactly how it needs to be, I think so. That's a lovely story.
Maybe that was more spontaneous than baked
There you
beans.
go, see. This is very spontaneous. So what I've done is I've simply followed the guidelines that are on the templates. What we're going to do next is I've just put a single hem on that smallest pocket here, which is telling you to just put a single hem. Using the guidelines that are on the template, so if I bring that template along here, I'm just simply going to line those up with my sew lines, pin through those fabrics. And this one is just to secure this pocket. Now you could use this pocket, it does say notebook, but as you can see on the photo that's on the website, you can slide a couple of passports in there if you're keeping all of your passports together. And then we've got your little pocket here. So as in all of the patterns that we create, I always quite like to put binding onto a project. So we've got the credit card pocket and then the main pocket. And to finish this particular pocket off, what I've done here is just use that binding, and I'm simply going to sew across the top, fold the binding over to the back and just zigzag stitch this little section here.
Kerrie, I really like that zigzag that you use.
That
looks really nice.
I do like the zigzag. There's quite a lot of my projects I use a zigzag, a binding, and I just find instead of trying to capture that fabric in the stitch, you know, the stitch in the ditch, you know, you're going to capture it with the zigzag
it's a
stitch.
bit forgiving, but it's
Very
also
much
really
so.
decorative.
I do always say I'm going to change, but I'm always drawn to that.
Why change?
Wow.
If it ain't broke.
Don't fix it. We're not doing that today.
No.
So folding this over to the back, and it just adds a nice decorative stitch. I mean, if you're making this for, you know, for a notebook in there and you've got lovely decorative stitches, it's a nice opportunity to use your decorative stitches as well.
This is really giftable, isn't it, this? Because it's small pieces of fabric, it's a fun make, but it's a make you'll do in a day, probably half a day once you've cracked it and you know what you're doing. And then you could pop a little notebook, they're cheap as chips, aren't they?
Yeah.
A little pen, and that's a gorgeous gift for somebody.
The size notebook that I use in here, you know, you normally get packs of 3 or packs of 5, so it is a lovely gift. And we mentioned, you know, if you're doing little craft fairs or if you're raising money for charity, that sort of thing, they're nice, fast, easy projects to use up your remnants as well.
Yeah.
So I love anything that's nice and speedy.
It's really gorgeous. It's wonderful. Now, a little shout out for you. You got an award yesterday, so congratulations for that.
Thank
Am I allowed
you.
to mention it? Because you're an ambassador for Buddy Bags.
I am, that's
and a
right.
coordinator or an ambassador.
Yes, an ambassador.
An ambassador.
But I coordinate lots of charity sewing for them. So.
Absolutely awesome. Well done, you. We're really proud of you.
Thank you.
I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, it was a surprise. I didn't know that's what it was.
You didn't know it was an award ceremony. Kerrie nearly didn't go because she was busy, you know, as always. You're a busy woman.
I was looking after my mum's dog, so I was like, I don't think I can go along, and so.
Were they like, no, we'd really like you to go, please, Kerrie. It's important.
I did say to Craig, they're hounding me a bit to go. You know, I better go along.
Oh,
show my face.
yeah.
It was lovely. It was a wonderful event.
And then you got called up. Did you know you were getting called up?
No.
So that was the point you realised?
Yeah, and I was asked to say something and it was just such a shock. I just went to pieces, to be honest. I stuttered quite a lot and didn't really know what to say. And then afterwards I was like, if I'd have realised, I could have been... But it was lovely.
Like a ship in full sail. Did you do a Gwyneth? Did you cry?
I'd cried before, actually.
Did you?
It was quite an emotional event.
Yeah, it's cute. It's really cute.
So what I've done here is pop the binding onto the top of the pocket, folded this over again, it says that on your pattern, and this really just hides that raw edge. Now I quite like to have a pen to hand all of the time, to be honest, for the little notes. So this little pen pocket just rests along that raw edge. You can base stitch that into position if you want to, but just for nice speediness today, I'm not going to. What we're doing here is just leaving that out, tucking it in, and we're going to sew along that raw edge, starting and finishing with a reverse stitch. So I will pin through a few layers there. And we'll do the same on the opposite side. So that completes all of the pockets, and you can see just how quickly those pockets sit in position. That's just
I love a project with multiple pockets, though. They're really fun to make.
Absolutely.
And it's all multifunction, isn't it?
Yeah. I like the little pen pockets as well, because I can never find a pen, and I mean this was designed to put a little notebook in there, so you know you need that pen.
Thinking as well, Kerrie, if you've got the pattern, or once you've got the pattern, if you go for the kit, you've got everything you need in there to learn how to make the clutch all in one go. So I'd go for that kit if you can. But once you've made that, I'm thinking then every bag you make, basically, you could end up making one of these clutches using your scraps that goes in your bag, whether it's a messenger, a tote bag, a weekender. You'll always find a use for this clutch.
Absolutely. It's just so compact and sweet,
and versatile.
Isn't it? Absolutely. So the next one, we've then just simply going to show. So I'm not going to sew this all together. I'm just going to show you where you're putting your magnetic clasps. So if you're going for the kit, the magnetic clasps comes along with that. And we've got here on your exterior panel. So it's showing you where to put those magnetic clasps. Now, I don't think I've got a spare piece of...
Oh, you want a little bit of fabric or a bit of interfacing?
A little bit of batting, if there's a tiny bit of batting
tiny
anywhere.
piece of batting. I think I can find you that. Yeah, if you just give me one sec.
Thank you.
I think it's in our scrap fabric.
Now you will have to use the extra little bit of batting from your stash. Because I definitely haven't got, that's not in here. You could use, oh lovely, thank you.
Oh, you got it.
And then this one goes on the interior panel. Now, it's up to you if you want to quilt this. So if you look at yours, Stuart, yours has got the quilting on the outside, and that's in your step-by-step instructions. So if you are going to quilt it, you'll need to quilt this before putting this together. And what I've done there, it might be quite difficult because I'm working with a navy fabric, is just done that dot really, really bold. Thank you ever so much.
Do you want two?
Yes, please. And then placing the little washer onto here, we're going to just draw the lines in line with the washer. Slide a pin just above that washer here. Taking your stitch unpicker, just pushing that through your layers and just cutting that hole in. And that pin just prevents that from sliding out of the way.
That's a good tip.
So pop in your male part of your magnetic clasp, pushing this through, pop in your washer on the back and push that in to close and secure this into place. And we'll repeat the same on the lining fabric. Oh, I only needed one, I've just realised.
That's all right, yeah. I was just thinking then, I cut two.
You definitely did.
One for later.
There we go, we're ready for later. So placing this on top, repeating that same step, just drawing through those lines, sliding that pin through.
Oh, check this message out from Sandra. Sandra, this is a lovely message. And maybe bittersweet, but thank you for sharing it. Stuart, my late husband proposed on the Thursday and we were married on the Saturday.
That is very spontaneous indeed.
Caesar's Palace in Lake Tahoe, Nevada. What a surprise. Sandra, you definitely win the prize.
You definitely
for being the most spontaneous person here. Amazing. Thank you for that.
How exciting would that have been?
Yeah, that's cool, isn't it?
Very, very much so.
I had a friend years ago who went off to Las Vegas and got married. You know, the little Whitechapel kind of, they went and did that. It's like, wow, okay.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting indeed. All that's left to do to complete this project is if you place them pattern facing, sew around your exterior, leave maybe perhaps a 4-inch turning gap on here because you've got your foam. And then when you turn this out, give it a little top stitch, and there you have your little clutch ready for your holiday or your wedding reception.
Yeah.
Or
just to throw into your bag anytime. Awesome. Thank you so much for doing brilliant demo there on the passport clutch kit. Remember, you can use that for so many different things. Notebooks, your travel documents, could be just cash and card, library ticket. Love it. All right, great. Now, where would you like to go? Let's do a few Christmas kits. Yeah. Great, so we're going to demo wash bag, but we're a bit of Denver, but let's just go through. So let's do the wreath first. I was just thinking that. So the wonderful wreath from Living in Loveliness, wreath kit. This is what you're going to make. You get everything you need. I was astounded with exactly what you get in this kit. Let me show you. So you're getting your full instructions. You're getting your polystyrene wreath form. Ribbon, of course, to hang. You're also getting all of your fabrics. This is a mixture of gingham, a deep spruce green, and a proper true Christmas red. And then you're also getting your dotting. Is this a nail dotting tool? Something similar, or
yes,
like
it is,
clay modelling?
You can use it in clay
All
modelling, you
sorts.
can use it
Really
in nail
clever.
art.
Yeah, I was just thinking how versatile. You get your dotting tool, you use this for pushing in your fabrics to create your wreath. There are 5 of these kits left, so if you'd like one, please be quick. Yeah, don't delay. That cup of tea will wait.
Tea never waits.
Hmm?
Tea
Tea never waits.
Tea
Who am I
first.
trying to kid? Who am I trying to kid? Now, next up, we've got the tree garland kit. Now then, you'll just see on this Christmas tree next to me, I don't know if I can move that in. Do you see this lovely padded tree garland? Looks great on the tree, but equally you could hang it across the mantelpiece, down the staircase. You could hang that across the back of a bed.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like a little fun sort of padded bunting. Not sure I've got the kit actually in front of me on the table.
Here you go.
Oh, it's there. Thank
There
you
you
so
go, darling.
much. All right, let me just show you what you get inside the kit. Enough to make 6 of those trees. You get your instructions, everything in there to tell you how to make your padded bunting, and of course you get enough fabric to make 6 padded trees, but of course you could add your own fabrics in and extend it. All of those fabrics, you get your ribbon which you're going to attach them to and create the garland, and then you even get your polyester toy stuffing as well to pad everything with. So a really great kit, nice and complete for $13.99. Just chuck in a bit of thread. That's all you need.
Nice, that's
Just
it.
add
Nice
in
easy
thread.
project. Great
Really
for children
easy.
as well, this one.
Yeah. I mean, whatever their age, because they could get involved with the stuffing,
Yes.
couldn't they?
I would definitely get them involved with that bit.
Oh, yes, you can do. Do you know, when I was a child, my mum always used to get me in on jobs like peeling potatoes, for example, and I never twigged. I really genuinely thought I was the best person in the world at peeling potatoes, and much better than my mum could do it.
Mine was getting
And I
my brother
believed
to
it.
run upstairs and do our chores. So we used to say, we'll time you. And if you beat your time, you're the winner of whatever it was we didn't want to do. And that worked for quite some time.
I love it. Anything else you want me to go through, Ben? Christmas table runner? Yeah, this is lovely. So I think we have an image of the finished runner. This is really nice. I like this. So 3 Christmas trees in a row, sashing and cornerstones. The size of that, just to let you know, is length 45 inches, width 16.5 inches. That's a really good
It's a
size.
nice long one, this one is.
Yeah. Great for on the Christmas table. Don't put the turkey on it.
No, that happened to ours at Christmas.
Did it? Is that why we haven't got the sample?
That's why we don't have the sample.
You also get all of your fabrics for the top. You will need to add your own binding and backing and wadding, of course. But a lovely kit for $32.99. Okay, Kerrie,
Over to me.
Denver wash bag.
So we have, so I've got all the little pieces together for you. And what I thought I'd show you today, I'm just turning the pockets through. So I've already put the top flap for the Denver wash bag together. So all I've done here is to just attach the loop, so the loop part of the hook and loop, directly onto the vinyl. Then once you've done this little section here, what I'd recommend doing is sewing around the 3 sides, the ones with the curves here, using again a zigzag stitch glides across this nicely. So I would be using a zigzag stitch here, but leaving this top section open for now.
Whole thing?
Just, yeah, what I've done here is left a 4-inch turning gap.
I see.
So push those raw edges onto the interior part, and you can just finger press those to begin with. And then I would recommend just slip stitching that turning gap so you get a nice finish on here. So a nice sharp needle, a nice thick needle there because you're going through your vinyl. So to make the bottom part of the bag, now on my 2 wash bags I've actually quilted this. So if you want to add any quilting to your wash bag, then I would recommend doing all of your quilting first of all before you start to construct the bag together. So that's a nice part of the project to do.
So you've just layered the outer fabric with some batting, no lining.
That's it, just outer fabric with the batting. Now for the bottom part of the bag, you've got your 2 pieces for the bottom. So what we're going to do is take the vinyl, let's just slide this to the side, make a little bit more space. So take the vinyl and then place the interior part, which is the brown in this section. And then the navy, so we have the navy, and we'll just rest this on top and line up all of those raw edges. We're then again just going to use those nice quilting clips to secure this together. So this is a similar step to what we did in the earlier project for the gift bag. So again, just layering up those fabrics and securing the vinyl in between. Let's just thread the needle. So we're simply going to sew along that raw edge.
And again, the vinyl sandwich, no special foot.
That's right, yeah. The trickiest part of this project actually is getting the vinyl, sewing the hook and loop directly to the vinyl. So we'll have a little look at that in just a moment. So again, once you've sewn that together, bringing this back, just finger pressing this into position, holding this out and just top stitching across there. And that really does make the world of difference on this project as well.
Yeah,
so I'll
but don't use an iron.
Nowhere near this project, no. A roll and hem foot is really good for this kind of project actually, because you get that nice crisp finish. So all of your layers are, you know, holding in place. And I do recommend that as one of the projects in the book. And also I think because naturally I want to iron everything.
Yeah, me too.
You know you've got a nice finish on there.
And again, you like a zigzag, which I love a zigzag now.
And for this particular project, the zigzag works really well because you're securing that layer of your 2 fabrics and the vinyl and compressing it, if you like.
Yeah.
So your measurements are all on your pattern booklet where you're positioning the vinyl on here. So what I'm going to do is to just pop the vinyl in the centre. It actually comes in line with those bottom raw edges. Now normally I would say not to use pins when using the vinyl, but it definitely helps and it's worth the few moments it takes to pin through those.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that you're creating holes because it's through the hook and loop.
That's right, yeah. And
it doesn't matter.
And you're not going to see those.
Could you use the double-sided quilter's tape?
You could, yeah. You definitely could. I haven't, and it's a really good idea, actually.
Actually, I'm not sure it is a good idea because won't you still see it through the other side? You might be able to see it. Yeah, so
you will actually. But just a couple of pins in there does secure this into place, and it just helps. In the pattern booklet, I show you how to place it on the ruler. So you know you're getting this straight, you know it's not at an angle. The same for the flap as well.
That doesn't look hard to sew.
It's not hard to sew at all. Well, I don't think it is anyway. We say that, now I've lost the thread. We jinxed
famous
myself
last words.
there.
I jinxed you. Yeah. Didn't mean to. I think it's a lovely project actually to do. now's a good time because you might not have holidays coming up, but you might well be going to spend some time with friends over Christmas or during the autumn even. Christmas or New Year. This is lovely either as a gift for your hosts or to take your toiletries with.
It's a nice gift idea as well.
It's
if
really
you know,
nice.
I know I try and make as many gifts for Christmas as I can, and it's nice to have a project really that's great for children, adults, you know, men and women as well.
Do you still manage to find time to make a few gifts at Christmas?
Well, to be honest, what I've been doing this year is each time I make a sample on the show, going home and finishing them off. So one of my, I suppose, New Year's resolutions this year was to spend every other weekend with my mum sewing and making gifts on the lead up to Christmas. So we've not managed to stick to it every week, but we've done a lot of it, so I do feel a little bit ahead, more so than any other year, really.
Tiny bit smug?
Was that showy? Yes,
no, it's like I always accuse myself of that one. Oh, am I being a little bit smug here? But yeah, you know, it's quite nice, isn't it, to think you've got a few presents in the bag.
It just, because it can be quite overwhelming, can't it, when there's so much to do sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. A message. Stuart, thank you for your programmes this week. I've spent 60 hours sitting in a hospital chair. I am now enjoying sewing again. That's from Erwin, who's in Cardiff. Oh, my love. I really feel for you. I had a few days, actually, just very, very recently, sitting in a hospital chair, day and evening. And I got a little bit of that. Big hug. I'm so glad you're home now and sewing and enjoying watching Sewing Street. It's a pleasure to have had your company.
That's a long time, isn't it?
Oh gosh, it really is. It really is.
A long, long time.
But all sorted now, I hope.
So what I'm doing on the top here, again, I'm finishing this with, I don't know why I bought that, we're not ironing, are we?
Not ironing,
Keep it well out
not
of the way,
ironing,
I said.
taking the iron away.
So we're sewing the binding along the top part of the pocket, and as we do with each of these, I'm not going to sew this one for now, because I just want to show you how to put the bottom together. So here we would just fold that over. It gives a nice finish to the top of the vinyl. Now, on the exterior part of the bag, I've not sewn these into position first. So anything that needs to go on the exterior part, again, all of your measurements are in the pattern. We've got the lobster clasp at the top here that I've just pinned just for now, the bottom with a D-ring and your handle. So I would secure all of these into place before we then put the project together. The next thing that we'll do after that is to sew all of those layers together. Now, I found it much easier when popping the vinyl, because we don't want that batting showing through. I've popped the brown fabric on the interior and then layered that vinyl up on top. Now, before I secured this into place to stop the movement, again, I've just used a basting stitch there. And at this stage, when you're making your project, again, I would be just clipping these into place, sewing around all of those exterior edges just to secure those layers. And this step really makes the world of difference when you're then coming to insert each of your pockets into position.
It's not optional, is it? It's not optional. You've got to do this bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So for this little part of the project now, what we're going to do is to sew these corners together. So folding these back on themselves. Now, what will make it easier to get this nice point is to fold it back and sew along, but stop a 1/4 inch away from that raw edge. So when we position it onto the project here, this pushes out, sits onto the raw edge, and it just stops those puckers or holes in the bottom part of the project. So again, that's all in the step-by-step instructions and on the video tutorial as well.
Really like that you're doing those now on all your new patterns. So if you didn't catch it earlier on, there's a QR code in the welcome letter or on the pattern itself on all of Kerrie's new patterns, and there's a direct link. You can watch it on your phone, you can watch it on the internet.
Yeah.
As a full tutorial. Really nice. Yeah.
So if I just sew into the corners of each of these, starting and finishing with a reverse stitch. Now if you've got, I find a chalk pen is really, really helpful when I'm working with darker fabrics, and certainly a little project like this, although it's only a small piece of fabric, if you're like me and get carried away, which I always do with projects, mark it up.
Yeah.
Saves a lot of unpicking. And where that marking is as well, you want a reverse stitch on there too. There we go. You're going to have to forgive me because I got one step ahead of myself.
Oh, it's all right. You said you get carried away.
I do get carried away. It's a good job I covered myself there, wasn't it?
Very nicely.
Before we put the panels together, so we need to put the pockets onto the lining in there, because we don't want to see those lines on the exterior part. So what I've done here in this bottom corner is just put these seams together. So as we tuck those inside, when you're looking on the interior part of the bag and the exterior, you've got no raw edges. That gives that a lovely finish for your gift giving there. So let's just cut off that extra little bit of vinyl. So when we come to the corner, where we left that little 1/4 inch, naturally that's going to fold.
Oh, perfect.
And follow the contours here of that corner. So as we clip this into position along this raw edge, now, once you're sewing this in and around that bottom raw edge, that is your first pocket attached to that vinyl. Let me just switch this around, make life a little bit easy. So the same on the opposite side, turn those out, clip it into position. You can take a lot more time than I've got today.
That's really nice. I love that pocket.
It's really, really useful inside the wash bags as well.
I mean, proper bottle of, you know, shampoo in there,
Well, you
or a
can fit
can of
it-
shaving gel.
Absolutely, and it really is designed to fit the shaving gels and your, we won't mention the brand, but the sort of sizes, your travel sizes that come in them.
Definitely.
Now in the step-by-steps as well, it shows you where to position your flap. So we'll then pop the flap into position. If I clip this into place just so you can see where these are sitting.
Love the extra detail that you've put there by lining it in the vinyl. If anything spills, it's an easy
Well, I
clean
know I
up.
have to protect myself for my own one, because
Yeah.
I've mentioned I'm quite...
Done the same
I've
weird in
done
my
the same
suitcase.
thing.
Fake tan.
Oh, did you?
The foam fake tan.
That's it, that's not coming out of
On
anything, isn't
everything,
it? You need to line all your travel wear now with vinyl.
I know.
So
My whole life
here-
should be lined in vinyl.
So here, as you secure this into place, that is your bottom part of your pocket, which is the section that I really wanted to show you today. Very, very quickly, take me just a few moments to run through this one. This really is your second pocket. You've got your binding, and then you'll have your zip. So if you've got the one there, it's a little bit easier to see.
On the
So
finished one?
Yeah.
Yep.
So in the same way as I did the installation for the zip on the gift bag, the gift wrap paper earlier, we're going to insert the zip. And then you've got your binding which secures this into place. We're simply sewing along the bottom part of the binding to secure that to the vinyl. And if you want to put the tooth braid, which I think is really useful actually, and it certainly is on my own one, then you're simply sliding the vinyl under that zipper pocket. So as you zigzag across this, that's securing your toothbrush pocket into place, and then this is zigzagging on the top. And as I mentioned when I got a bit ahead of myself, the only thing left to do then is to pop them on top of each other. Use your basting stitch around the exterior of the bag, and then to bind the bag to complete that project. So there's a lot more entailed in this particular one. You've got lots of different
Looks
steps
like a lovely
in here.
weekend sewing to
nice
me.
project, nice weekend project. This
you're
little
not kidding.
one is.
It's gorgeous. Kerrie, you've done it again. I love all of your projects.
Thank you.
Fabulous, and thank you for showing us so much in this hour and so much in the whole
It's been
morning.
very busy, Emma.
It has. We wring every drop out of you, don't we? But thank you. Do you know when you're back?
The 30th. Back
The
on the
30th
30th
of September.
of September.
Awesome.
Couple of weeks.
Awesome. Yep, it's not long at all. Well, have a great time between now and then. Thanks again. Okay, do a quick roundup. That was the Denver wash bag, available in the brown or in the floral. Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, we won't be here tomorrow. The channel will be on hold. We will all be sharing that special time with the rest of the nation as we say goodbye to Her Majesty the Queen tomorrow. So what I want to do is to do Tuesday's menu, and I'll share that with you right now. So at 8 a.m. we've got the Queen Elizabeth II Memorial Panel with an early bird deal too. At 9 o'clock we've got Fabulous Fabrics, and then at 10 a.m. Becky Swan is here from Crafter's Companion with Build a Block. At 11 o'clock it's Sewing Room Tools, and at 12 o'clock it is Yarn Lane with Mandy Cameron for Wool Couture. Should be a terrific morning. That's Tuesday, remember. We won't be on air tomorrow. We will be at home saying goodbye to Her Majesty the Queen. All right, well, I want to say a personal thank you to every one of you who's been watching us over the last few days, and in fact the last 10 days. Thank you for sharing this time with us here at Sewing Street. We've appreciated your company and all the lovely messages you've sent in too. I hope you stay safe for the rest of today and into next week too, and I will see you very, very soon. Thank you for joining us.